Hello, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to the scientific session of the second day of the festival, the WORLD in Florence. And let me again introduce the first keynote speaker, Honorable Mr. Jasir Al-Erbish, CEO of the Saudi Arabia Heritage Commission, who would deliver a presentation entitled Saudi Arabia Urban Heritage, Protecting, Managing, Enabling Innovation and Ensuring Sustainability of the Cultural Expression. So we are very honored to invite Honorable Al-Erbish. Mr. Al-Erbish, the floor is yours, please. Yes, this is the arrow to scroll. Okay. And this is your microphone.
Just put my words,
please.
Okay. Thank you, Simone. Thank you. Yeah. It will be short to give more time for discussion and for also the anticipated speech from Sheikh Ibrahim. Alhamdulillah, salama Sheikh. And I repeat my thanks, my greetings to the amazing people at the foundation and to the city of Florence for this great event. And as we discussed yesterday and the day before, that this is a start of cooperation between Heritage Commission and the foundation and the city. And we try to brief on this presentation about our organization, Heritage Commission. But before that, I have to record and emphasize that when we did the visit 2 days ago to the foundation building, that was a realization, a good example, a true example, an international example of how we like to do business. You will notice through the presentation that we will give examples of how we manage our built heritage sites. The presentation will be more on built heritage, not archaeology, which is more relevant to the event. But when we visited the building yesterday, the day before, we noticed that how the building was preserved, nothing changed in a way that will damage the authenticity of the building. However, you made use of the building to be a cultural hub to the world, and the smart ideas of the steel support, how you preserve the small stairs, and you keep them in a way that everyone can see them and maybe try them. And this is exactly what we are practicing with our team, that we do have this amazing collection of built heritage in Saudi Arabia, mud, stone, wood work, and every type of buildings. And we need to protect them, but also we want to activate them. We like to activate them. And there is a very, very interesting picture that I don't have it here. Maybe our friends can quickly add it maybe by the end of the presentation, when His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, hosted last week a major summit, one of the many summits hosted in Riyadh, but it was in At-Turayf district in Dir'iyah, which is a World Heritage Site. إذا حصلت الصورة يا عبد العزيز يعني we can share it with the team, اللي هي صورة استضافة مؤتمر اللي قبل أسبوع في حي طريف. So I'll start briefly, and this will be shared. So don't worry if I'm very quick, just because I want to avoid the boring usual strategy and objectives statements. But just quickly, as you know, like many organizations, we have this strategy that we define, the usual vision and mission, and some, I think this okay, and our 8 pillars. And if you notice, these 8 strategic pillars are more or less our work in heritage, archaeology, communication, events, and other things. And we are, and in this we already work since almost 2020 to implement projects, either from the documentation and the registration of the assets until to communication and making assets available and activated by us or by private sector. This is a kind of last, maybe updated inventory And when we mentioned that we have 8,000 archaeological sites, this is just up to today. But actually we are working almost every day to find new sites, and we have the Saudi National Register. And if you notice, we are working on up to 70,000 sites in different 16 branches in our heritage commissions. And we are proud to have 7 World Heritage sites. And I should thank Professor Munir for being part of UNESCO when most of these sites inscribed, at least 5 out of the 7 was inscribed during your work in UNESCO. At the same time, we are also having a great relation with Sheikh Ibrahim and the regional office in Bahrain to do more. Actually, we just spoke about Zubaydah workshop, which is Zubaydah is the famous wife of Abbasi ruler Khalifa almost 1,000 years ago. And she decided to do a very sophisticated route from Al-Kufa, south of Baghdad, to the holy city of Makkah al-Mukarramah to help people traveling to Mecca for the usual pilgrimage. So this site now, or this route, is a candidate to be inscribed in the coming 2 years, and we are working from the technical support with the ARC, the regional office in Bahrain. And this is our local register where we are expecting to register 50,000. Now this is normal because if you imagine that only in Asir, my colleague Abdul Aziz is the regional manager of Asir, only in Asir we are talking about 3,000 plus villages, heritage villages. Imagine 4,000, 4,000 plus heritage villages, and each village has, sometimes from 20 houses to maybe 100 houses. So easily this number is reasonable. And we start to document them, and you will find this nice sign everywhere in our sites, which is the green registration of the site. Why we are here? Because we are looking for new partners. I'm speaking now with current partners. Of course, the foundation, our last, but maybe one of the most important partner, Sheikh Ibrahim from ARC. We are delighted to have Shitiva, CEO, Italian company, working with us. Also, I think Isabel, right? Yeah, with the light, Isabel from a communication and events and exhibition company. And I'm sure we have also other, Andrea from AMA, which is a restoration company working with us in one of the palaces in Riyadh. So we are doing almost every week, every 2 weeks, this partnership, and we are looking for new partnerships, either in individual people who are experts who can work with us, or companies or organization or non-profit organization. Those are our local partners, and we work with this organization and more. And like everywhere, you have to work with the partners, like mainly universities and some NGOs, big companies. And I have with me, for example, my colleague Rihab, who is working on partnerships with handicraft. So she's working, for example, sometimes with Aramco, Namal Munawwara, and these organizations. It is good also to just emphasize, I already covered this, but we do, like any other organization, have these sectors. Archaeology, which is the most important, the largest, and we have our young archaeologist, Lama. She has a master degree in archaeology, and we are happy to have her with the leadership of Dr. Abdullah. Most of you know Dr. Abdullah Zahrani, one of the best archaeologists in Saudi Arabia. And this is merely scanning and spanning the period from prehistory until the Saudi era in the Arabian Peninsula. So we have this variety of Roman, we have Greek, we have also the ancient tribes like Kinda in the Arabian Peninsula. And if we have time, we'll show you also interesting inscription from Iraq and Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Dr. Munir, and inshallah he will come to Hail, you will see it, and maybe Sheikh Ibrahim already saw it. We have the Malik Babel Nabonid from the Babylon. Babylon is the right word. Babylon Empire. He has 2 inscriptions in Hail. Hail is one of the regions in north of Riyadh. Very, very nice inscriptions that are kept, as is. They are almost, I think, 3,000, Babel and Malik Nabonid. And we have also one inscription in Tabuk from Egypt Pharaoh. We have one, I think, Ramses the second or the third. So that means that there is some routes, travels from Egypt, from Iraq, from Palestine, from Jordan. It's as usual, international cooperation. We have the urban heritage, which I will give more explanation, and we have handcraft, and this is very important, and we are happy to meet the team from Azerbaijan, right, Rihab, Azerbaijan, who presented very nice products here in the exhibition. I hope they are with us today, but just to say thank you very much to the nice exhibition they have. We have Azerbaijan here, or they left? Okay, good. Yeah, so we are also building relation with different countries, and as we announced yesterday, or we informed at least the Azerbaijan team, that we have every September the Saudi Craft Week, international one. We have Bahrain last year, and we have Italy. We have, I think, 6-7 countries, but next year it will be much larger event. Finally, we have the intangible heritage, and this is really interesting to this event. And if we are attending, and we are attending next year, then we will invite our intangible heritage team, because we have seen already some work in intangible heritage, that is, the 2003 convention and other conventions. Now we will do little deep dive, more details on the urban heritage. These are just pictures from some of the palaces. This is a palace in Taif. Unfortunately, it's not in a good shape, and this is the reason that we are looking for partnerships from AMA, from Civita, and from other companies. We have this nice stone and mud building in almost every city in Saudi Arabia, but Riyadh, Mecca, Taif, Jeddah has, most of these palaces for one simple reason, because the government was there. The government, more or less, between Riyadh and Jeddah, and then in one part of the history of Saudi Arabia, as you know, Taif was also the summer capital of Saudi Arabia. Mecca, because of its importance, the Holy Mosque. So we have plenty of palaces that we are working on, and this is, I think, a major area of cooperation with the foundation also, because exactly the work, amazing work that you've done in the building. I forget the name of the building, but the building that has your foundation. Yeah, okay. Thank you. We need something similar in terms of restoring and having the building working again. These are just the usual scientific. I know most of them, scientific process that we used in built heritage, from documentation and exploring the buildings until we protect and restore, and we do the management and the activation. Simply, if we consider this building as a modern heritage building that we are in, then I'm sure that the process was applied, where the building was documented and inspected, and then a plan of restoration and protection was done, and then a plan of activation. And this is the right way. We don't want our building to be restored and closed. We want our buildings to be opened and activated and used, but in a right way, with the conditions that either the local law, we have a very strong local Saudi heritage law, and we have the 5 conventions that we signed with UNESCO. On top of them is the 1972 World Heritage Convention. And this is just a very brief history of the current state. We can go over many palaces. So if we go to the central region, this is in Riyadh, the beautiful Riyadh palaces. I'm sure our friends from AMA and Civita already visited these palaces, some of them working on in these palaces. In the West region, with this architecture that is do I have a pointer or ما فيه pointer صح ما أدري. In this, at least this I point here. And this is the architecture that is always resembles the architecture of Jeddah, Yanbu, and all the city in the Red Sea coast. And we do have at least now 12 palaces that need immediate intervention to protect them and to restore them. And we have the eastern region, and if you notice, Sheikh Ibrahim, very similar to Bahrain and Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, I mean the usual GCC, UAE, the white buildings that are used with the manqabi stone and this technology of building. This is, of course, Sheikh Ibrahim, the famous port, Al-Uqair. This is a famous port in the eastern side of Saudi Arabia, the Arabian Gulf. And it was the main port before the main port now in Dammam and Al-Khabar. So it is a very famous site. We own it now, and we are restoring it, which is called Al-Uqair, if somebody heard this name. And we have in the south region, of course, the amazing buildings from Asir, from Najran, and it's mix of stone and mud. Finally, in the north, we have these stone palaces. And if you notice, there is a similarity between these and the extension of architecture from Jordan, from Syria, Iraq, especially this building. So you can tell this is more a northern architecture. So this is just a small sample of our portfolio, and most of these buildings we own it or we are in the process of owning it. So we have a big responsibility to protect them and to activate them. This is a very good example done by team of Umar. تقوم يا عمر عشان يتعرفون عليك. عمر, engineer Umar from our Built Heritage team, led by Badr al-Hamdan. Some of you knows Badr al-Hamdan. So last year they conducted international competition by a very big company responsible for competitions, and we invited these top experts to do the jury and evaluation, and we end up with a very excellent files that we are now implementing in one of the palaces, one of the mud palaces in Riyadh, and one is outside Riyadh, and another palace in the western province. And we can, of course, conduct the same process with other palaces. This is really important because it relates to some of the buildings that we already saw in Florence, because we are also working in industrial heritage, and industrial heritage where when you go to an ancient mining field or a train station building or whatever factory that is not used, and you activate it. And I'm sure in Florence, I haven't seen, but I'm sure you have many industrial heritage sites, either a factory that has been transferred to a building or a restaurant or a hotel or other activities, because I have seen this almost everywhere in Paris, in Milano, in London. I'm sure you have it. And we have the modern heritage buildings, which is my example that I gave for this building. I believe Francesco Bandrin told me yesterday that this is kind of a modern heritage building that has the architecture of Florence, but is not very ancient, if I understand the description. And we have the new concept for green heritage, where we are working with the Saudi Green Initiative to use their amazing initiatives and support and fund to do more environment-friendly projects. Using the technology and the documentation, we have this usual documentation, and this is just one example. We use this coding system to document our sites. I think Umar maybe correct me, but I think about 1,000 plus sites now have the code. Now the restoration, we are working, and our friends from Shevita and AMA knows that exactly, that we are working on what we call the intervention. If you have something serious, if you have some building that needs intervention, so we do this support. Definitely these are temporary support, Dr. Paul, because we like support like the one that we saw in your building yesterday, which are permanent supports. So we are just using the temporary ones, but we are the usual ones used for concrete building. But I'm sure we can do something similar to your work. And we have the usual restoration, either in the mud or in the stone building. We are also very active, but we don't have a representative from the Heritage Commission with us. We are active with the capacity building in the training and certification, especially with regional partners like ARC, the Arabian Regional Office in Bahrain, the UNESCO office led by Ibrahim, Sheikh Ibrahim. And we are doing also some work with the Scottish Lyme Institute, with many institutes in Europe and in the Middle East, and of course in Saudi Arabia. And we will be glad to do it with the foundation. Yesterday I was telling my team that the idea of residency, that where we can send our either students from university or our own staff, or people from handcraft, from archaeology, who can spend 1 week, 2 weeks in the foundation to exchange and to learn. This is one idea to improve also our work here. And of course this is just the usual PR work, exhibitions, workshops, events. This is a very, very recent picture from a visit done, I think, last summer to Milano companies who are working on restoration. And this is our one of local events, I think in Najran. I think it's Najran. And this is the usual this Jeddah event. Quickly, just before, I'm not sure about the time. Okay, we have enough time. Quickly, this is on-ground restoration project. This is a mud building. This is restoring one of the famous mud building towers in central Saudi Arabia, Qasim. And we have this. This is in one of the archaeological sites, doing the usual driveways of place construction. And different buildings from Yanbu in the west coast, you can tell from the architecture. And this is a mud building in Riyadh. And again, this is our work with the potential knowledge and partners. But we know and we admit that we can improve it. And this is the reason that we are visiting these events and talking to companies. We have people almost every week in visiting places. We have our team last week in Milano, made Expo, that is for construction. We have people next week in the Intangible Heritage event in Naples, in Napoli, and we have many people visiting UK, France, and other places. This is again the capacity building in terms of training people how to deal with restoration, especially young people. Some of the events, and this is, I think, this is the event in Bahrain. And obviously, from the masks, you can tell the date and the time of the event. And this is an event with ICROM, one of the most important partners. We did great work with them in terms of capacity building. And this is the event done in Edinburgh, between Edinburgh and Riyadh, with the Scottish Institute. And again, this is documenting industrial heritage. We have some experts from the International Committee for Industrial Heritage, a very good group of people who helped us in the documentation. And that's it as a brief, but I just want to emphasize that this is just a very brief, and it will be shared. And we are happy, and we already discussed with almost everyone to help you before. Okay, mashallah alaik. Okay, so this is... we have very active team, so he put the picture. This is exactly what I mean. What you are seeing here this is At Turef district, a World Heritage Site, inscribed as a second site during your days. Munir, you were in the World Heritage? Yes, great. Yeah. And Hayal. Yeah, okay. So what happened last week, we have this nice picture. I mean, it was distributed everywhere in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, where His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, hosted the summit. And what's the name of the summit? It's a very special group summit. وش اسم القمة مكتوب عندك. It has one of the working groups, but these are all presidents and leaders of different countries. And this is the message that, I mean, we don't need to explain more about the importance. Yeah, I think so. شو اسمه? CARICOM group. Yeah, so CARICOM Group summit is this year in Saudi in Riyadh. So this is a very good example of how important is heritage in Saudi Arabia, and support, funding from the government and from the community and the private sector. We have 6 minutes for questions, right? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Al Jazir. Are there some questions for his? Let me, meantime, inform you, thanks also to the effective action of our technical staff, that so far about 400 people has connected via YouTube to assisting our festival. Thank Cesare for your effective action. And again, if there are some questions to be posed to Honorable Mr. Al Jazir, please.
Thank you. Dr. Al Jazir, I met you and the Heritage Commission several times, and if I may add one thing, I met a great team made by young professionals, very well trained, with the willing to know more and more, and a great part of women, which I would like also to underline. So young professional, very well trained. So this is very important, because I had the impression that I have the impression, the current impression, that you took culture very seriously, as it is underlined as a first pillar in the Saudi Vision 2030. Now, my question to you is, how much, let's say, the process of opening up the Saudi Arabia to tourism is actually influenced by the initiatives of recovery and safeguarding taken by the Heritage Commission? Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very good question, because I was supposed to comment on this. And I was telling the team yesterday that it is maybe a little bit my fault, but I should also invite a team from Ministry of Tourism, because we are doing great partnerships with them. So there is a joint committee between us and the Ministry of Tourism to make sure that all of their plans are complying with our plans, and also we do some activities together. And you know, Abdulaziz, we're one of the Abdulaziz, because he's from Asir region, which is more or less number one in terms of tourism, especially during summertime, because of the nature of Asir, his region. But the answer, we are working with them to make sure that there is full alignment, also to promote Saudi Arabia in terms of being a heritage and culture country, and also to make sure that their plans of development and activities and events does not affect in a negative way our sites. And we are pleased to have this relation. I promise that next year the team will come from Ministry of Tourism, because we will brief them about this great event, and we will invite them next year to come to the event. But the answer is we have this full alignment, yes.
Thank you. Any other question?
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your active and important presence from Saudi Arabia and the young team. And of course, thanks to our honorary president, we managed to have your presence here, and after Bahrain with us. So it is an important window in a new area that we would like to know better and engage in collaboration. So among the activities that we could think about in our program of cooperation, why don't we think about involvement of young students? So from different level of studies, so for sure from university students, as well as we have a quite good experience in organizing international working team for the, let's say, engagement in the dialogue through culture. So start working on sort of community learning and cooperative learning in order to develop mutual dialogue through our heritage, more tangible and intangible crafts and so on. So I think there are many, many topics on which we can work and we can think and we can develop activities as seminars and as, for example, short-term activities here in Florence. So this could be two lines of cooperation in which we can involve the students, and the foundation can be a sort of hub also for involving anche local institutions from town municipalities as well as national schools, as well as our international network that I think can be most of them welcome to include other activities and establish collaboration with Saudi Arabia.
Totally agree.
And
exactly, yeah, exactly. So I think you're hearing me, right? Yeah. Thank you very much. And yes, we are very serious, and we want to do something on students exchange. Even not only a student from Saudi Arabia to Italy, the opposite also will be good if you can also manage this. This is one of the areas that we want to put it on the cooperation program because we do need to send people. Either archaeologist or architect or handcraft or intangible heritage specialist or world heritage specialist, just to in a program of visit, study, as they call it, study program or study tour. And we welcome, of course, to receive also Italian students from university. We already have graduate students from Italy, but in the archaeological field. So some of the master students from the University of Naples, especially, they are doing some of their research in Saudi Arabia, but through the excavation missions, not through a cooperation program. So they come, spend 1 month in the field, and they use it for their master's or PhD thesis. But this is a great suggestion. Thank you.
We are ready to start.
Your Excellency, Dr. Jasser, thank you so much for this very comprehensive presentation. You said that it is short, but it was very comprehensive. And it shows the diversity and the richness of the cultural heritage, whether in stone, whether in mud brick, whether in wood. And I think that it is important to continue, to see what are the kind of workshops where similar work are done. I would advise to have some of the young colleagues from Saudi Arabia to come to Mosul, because we have two big, in Iraq, in the north of Iraq, we have two big projects. One on the restoration of the Mosque Al-Nouri from the 10th century. It is done with a team of experts coming from Italy, Jama' Al-Nouri, with the person who is leading is architect Maria Rita Acetoso and the engineer Walter Santoro. These are very good experts. They can show how they were doing the process and the methodology for the restoration. But we have also the teams which are working with the support of Alif. So then we have, actually, I was in Mosul also recently because I'm going regularly with one professor from Ferrara University, Daniele Pini. He's one of the experts from Italy knowing all the Arab countries. So this is what I can, Daniele Pini. I can just advise my young colleagues with the names of people, but also we can organize a visit to the site.
Thank you. As usual, Professor, you are helpful and you like to support every initiative. And I totally agree with you. I have seen documentation from the great work in Al-Mosul, and my team knows that, Abdul Aziz, that I ask the team to...
For modern architecture, as you know, the Museum of Mosul was built by a modern architect, Iraqi. He's not anymore in this world, Allah yarhamu, Sayyid Makiyeh. The Museum of Mosul was built by Makiyeh because of the damage done, unfortunately, during the presence of Daesh in Mosul. Now we are giving a contract to the World Monuments Fund for the building and to the Louvre for the objects. So these are the things that, my colleagues dealing with...
Working with best organizations in the world, yes, yes. So yeah, we'll be happy to make use of this. Great.
If my friends are working there, so I can organize a visit on the spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay?
Thank you.
Well,
thank you so much.
You're welcome, His Excellency. Everything. Thank you, Clark. Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Jazir. And now we have another international guest ready to start. He is connected via Zoom. He is from Canada. He is the president of the ICOMOS, International Committee for Cultural Tourism. Our foundation is an institutional member since 2016 of this committee, and we hosted also an annual meeting for them in Florence. So, Mr. Fergus, hi. Can you hear me? Your microphone, please.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, buongiorno, dear Fergus. Very glad in having you here. So I invite you to share your screen and start delivering your presentation. But first, as yesterday, the ICOMOS president of International Committee expressed yesterday, join us in thanking you for your presence and your speech. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Grazie mille, Simone. It's nice to be here, and thank you for having me, for the very kind invitation to participate. And I'm just gonna... So first off, again, as I said, thank you for being, for the kind invitation to be here. Florence is one of my favorite cities in the world, and I know I'll get back there again someday soon, but I'm glad you're all there able to enjoy it, especially this time of year in November. So what I wanted to talk about was to specifically reference the work of the Life Beyond Tourism, particularly talking about intercultural dialogue, using the new ICOMOS, International Cultural Heritage Tourism Charter, as the basis for discussion. And, one of those things that I wanted to show is basically the background behind the charter, give you a sense of how we arrived where we are now, particularly from an intercultural dialogue reference, as to where we are now with this new charter that was ratified in October 2022, and also to give you a case study to show how it's actually been used for the purposes of intercultural dialogue. So I thought that I'll start from the history and just go from there. So thank you again. First off, just to give you a bit of a background, I've had 30 years of sustainable tourism and cultural heritage management experience. Much of my work has been in Canada, Asia, and now more so in Africa. I was the director of the International Year of Ecotourism in 2001 to 2003. And I've also taught sustainable tourism at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. I serve in an expert capacity for UN agencies and heritage international NGOs. I've worked with my colleague, Dr. Celia Martinez-Yanez, on the development and implementation of the ICOMOS Cultural Heritage Tourism Charter, along with a very strong and capable team of ICTC colleagues. And just to put it out there, my favorite Florence memory, I was in Florence last in 2014, and I had the opportunity to row on the Arno through the Società Canottieri di Firenze One of the mornings there was probably one of the best ways to see the city, floating down the Arno and looking up and seeing the Ponte Vecchio and the other lovely sights along the Arno. So again, it's was one of my fondest memories of the city. So in terms of the background, the Charter was one of the first standard-setting documents for ICOMOS. Many of you who are familiar with the organization know that the International Council for the Monuments and Sites is one of the three advisory bodies to the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, along with ICROM and the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. This, the Cultural Tourism Charter in '76, was one of the first doctrinal documents that the organization used to discuss tourism and destination management at World Heritage and Cultural Heritage sites. And so that sort of set the basis for discussion in terms of education, dialogue, and other elements that were important to managing these venues. In 1999, the second iteration of the Charter, there's more of a sustainable development focus because of the fact that, of course, we had the Earth Summit in 1992 in Rio de Janeiro. There was a bigger focus on sustainability, economic, social, and environmental. And of course, UNESCO also added the fourth pillar, which was cultural. So again, there is more of that orientation with regard to the second charter that was ratified in Mexico City at the General Assembly there in 1999. Then in 2017, as Simone kindly referenced, the Fondazione kindly hosted the International Cultural Tourism Committee for a meeting that basically set the basis for the new charter. And it was very integral in terms of some of the key issues to discuss, the points necessary to make it a more forward-looking document, and one that tried to embrace different aspects of things that had occurred in the years since 1999 that needed to be addressed as part of the new charter, which I'll discuss shortly. The focus of this discussion was on responsible and regenerative tourism, preserving cultural heritage, which of course is key when you're talking about cultural tourism, and its enjoyment and access, and also at the same time really placing an emphasis upon the community's well-being. Those places that are experiencing over-tourism, like Florence, like Venice, other parts of Italy, and other parts of the world, one of the key elements that needs increasingly to be focused upon is the well-being and viability of the communities that actually live and work there. So, in terms of the background, there are a number of factors that influenced the development of the new charter. One of them was the Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage that was convened in 2002. The intention was to transmit those elements that were more part of the day-to-day life and the sort of the cultural expression of individual communities, if you will. And, there could be things like the Mediterranean diet, the Argentinian tango, Japanese tea ceremony, all sorts of other elements that are there that are representative of the living heritage of the people who are there, and a way to sort of, it's another form of dialogue, if you will, in terms of conveying those things that are important to the culture that you eat, that you sing, that you have as an artistic expression. And this is sort of very important for us to ensure that this was reflected in the charter. Secondly, in 2007, we had the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Particularly coming from Canada, we have a very strong and very widespread Aboriginal tourism program that, in fact, Destination Canada, our national marketing agency, has Indigenous tourism serving as one of the key pillars. And one of the things we wanted to ensure was that there was a discussion and a representation for the interaction between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples in their development and presentation of their culture for touristic purposes. So again, this is something we wanted to ensure that respect and that level of understanding was built into the charter as well. In 2015, of course, we had the introduction of the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. The UNWTO would argue that all 17 goals and 165 targets touch on tourism in one way or another. But specifically, there are four targets that are germane to the idea of really sustaining tourism for local communities and also promoting that interaction. And these were 8.9, which was for planning and promotion of tourism, 11.4, which deals with cultural heritage and natural heritage, 12B, the actual monitoring and necessary approach for tools to assess and monitor sustainable tourism, and finally 14.7 that deals with tourism in marine or maritime areas, which is especially important now with the increasing interest in the blue economy. Finally, we had the International Year of Sustainable Tourism for Development in 2017. There were 5 key themes that the year was focusing on that was supported by the UNWTO. Sustainable economic growth across regions, countries, and of course, individual communities, supporting poverty reduction and incorporating different groups within the benefits that could be accrued through tourism, ensuring that the environmental impacts would be as minimal as possible, and also the use of those resources would also not be placing a burden upon those local communities. But I would also have the last 2 points, which are cultural diversity and heritage and peace and security, those key elements in terms of the things that you're preserving, but also the things that you're trying to achieve as a way of interacting between different cultures that would be visiting between different sites and different cultural heritage elements within those destinations and venues. So we had, within the charter itself, we have 3 objectives and 7 principles. They deal primarily with communities, cultural heritage management, destination management, sustainable development, and climate change. But for the purposes of brevity and also focus for this presentation, the key principle that can be associated with intercultural dialogue and the interaction between different groups would be to have principle 3, to enhance public awareness and visitor experience through sensitive interpretation and presentation of cultural heritage. So the storytelling, the conveyance of information, the sort of things that you want to have known and ensure that the visitors coming to your site or destination understand about your culture. And through that, the lead paragraph afterwards basically underlines it perfectly, saying that the intention is to foster intercultural tolerance and dialogue. In that sense that the discussion and the representation of that interpretation, which can take many forms, as many of you know, not just the verbal guide or the plaques or the wayfinding that you find in different locations. There are many different ways, but it's that consistency and that's that representation that people don't always see that you're trying to convey through the visitations, through or experience of individual cultural heritage sites and activities. So in October 22, this is a face that's familiar to many at the Fondazione. My colleague and friend, Dr. Celia Martinez-Yanez, was the principal lead for the charter. She presented the document there to our ICOMOS colleagues, and it was overwhelmingly ratified by our colleagues there for the next iteration. And again, using those different aspects and facets that I just previously discussed to modernize the document, not only for now, but looking forward at the same time. And part of the process now that we have been following is that we are now doing presentations around the globe, often virtually, but some in person as well, for an understanding in terms of how the charter can be applied and used in various sorts of situations, countries, regions, other places that are trying to develop their own cultural tourism plans for destination management, for destination promotion, and also trying to ensure that there's this sort of inclusiveness and other aspects that are built into those plans as well. And this is where the Cultural Tourism Charter serves an effective basis as a forward-looking type document. And here, our ICTC colleague, Dr. Ivan Henares, is now was our Secretary General, has been at the UNESCO World Heritage Committee meetings this week, but he also supports our representation, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, to discuss and promote the Charter. So I wanted to give you a case study. This is called the Buzluja Monument. It's located in Bulgaria, and the reason why I wanted to use this as a case study is that this very much touches on intercultural dialogue. It very much touches upon the impacts of tourism, and also it very much touches upon some of the more sensitive issues that we deal with on a day-to-day basis in other different parts of the world. We were invited by our colleagues at ICOMOS Germany to provide a basis for a sustainable cultural tourism plan for the site, and to make recommendations based on some of the challenges that that this destination is facing. And we had a very effective team with myself, Dr. Sanjan Mahalic of Croatia and Dr. Jonathan Karkut of the United Kingdom, who came together to support ICOMOS Germany in developing a sustainable cultural tourism plan for this site. So, in terms of background, the structure is located on a mountaintop in the Stara Planina, which is a big mountain. It's a mountain range on the highway between Sofia, Bulgaria, and the Black Sea. It's also located, you'll see that part that's dark green. That place is called Shipka. And Shipka is the most important monument in Bulgaria. It's where the Russians and Bulgarians pushed back the Ottoman Empire in 1876 to what would become eventually the new borders of Bulgaria with the Black Sea. So again, this is it's a very important and in fact sacred spot to Bulgarians, and the connection between these two sites is not a mistake. So one of the things that I also wanted to interject there as part of this is that there's a movement now that's been started by colleagues in Germany and now joined by other countries, where they have introduced something referred to as dissonant heritage. And the idea of dissonant heritage is to provide structural evidence of the complexity and controversial nature of historical and cultural heritage sites. They deal with a number of sites, including concentration camps, communist monuments, sites where in the tourism industry they refer to as dark tourism. And these are places that are often neglected and often want to be cast aside, but at the same time, it's important that their stories and interpretation be told so that there's that understanding what happened there, and we have, maybe a never again sort of type response. It's also important towards conveying the culture of remembrance and ensuring that, there are different narratives and perspectives. Every site, every destination has different communities and stakeholders within it. And it's important to ensure that those are reflected to ensure that there's a balance of opinion and perspective. And finally, with that in mind, to allow and call for new and changing insights, and also how we question history in terms of the way, certainly here in Canada, for example, we're reflecting back on our own history with our Indigenous peoples. And it's not an easy, and it's a lengthy process, and one that's often causes a lot of internal discomfort. But at the same time, these are needing to be addressed, even through our cultural heritage and monuments that are representative of that era. So, in terms of Buzluja, you see the monument on the left. This is the Shipka monument that I mentioned before, and in the back left, you can see where the location of the Buzluja monument is. On the right, you see the construction of the Buzluja monument. It was designed by Bulgarian architect Georgi Stoilov, and it was designed in the 1970s. Thousands of Bulgarians contributed to its construction and sort of elevation up on that mountaintop. And it cost around what would be 30 million euros in today's money. And the site itself was completed in 1981, and It was abandoned in 1989, 8 years later, because of the fall of the Berlin Wall. The copper roof was stripped. The site was vandalized as an expression against communism and the former communist rulers of the country. This place was known as the House of Bulgarian Communism, and it was a real sort of. It was physically, it was in a very bad state. This is what it looks like now inside, with the roof, copper roof taken off, the big interior of the Basilica Monument. And so when working with Ecomos Germany and the Basilica Monument project team, Basilica Monument Foundation project team, we had a few issues that we had to deal with regard to how tourism could support and maintain both the integrity and authenticity of the site, to address its multi-layered cultural and heritage values, whether, from its communist history, and also the people's reflections on the structure and how it impacted their lives, and also how it can be used in future, because it is a very unique architectural site. We also needed to outline appropriate sustainable tourism development options in terms of what would work in terms of maintaining it, dealing with potential aspects like over-tourism. It can happen here, and also the potential impacts on the site. And finally, to reconnect it back into the social fabric of Kazanlak. Kazanlak is the main municipality that's located nearby. And so how do you make it part of the regional tourism program and the regional tourism representation? So in terms of the opportunities for the site, Bulgaria is becoming an increasingly popular, inexpensive destination. Many low-cost carriers are starting to fly into Sofia and into the Black Sea airports. It has it's actually a very high-profile site that has been showcased on different media. All you have to do is go to YouTube or type in Basilica, and you see the different articles, whether from the New York Times or Condé Nast Traveler or different architectural magazines. And it also has a sort of unique aura about it, where you see on the left a presentation of a poster saying how to get to Basilica, Bulgaria's communist UFO. So again, it's there's not many sites like it in Europe or around the world. And it has received a high level of support from the European Union, the Getty Foundation, and others, particularly because it has been viewed as a endangered heritage site. And from a touristic standpoint, it's also been viewed as a storytelling platform that can reflect different narratives. And this is something that my colleague, who's a manager for the Basilica Foundation, has said that, we need to have a place for all these different narratives, all these points of discussion and dialogue, to ensure that this site is well understood in terms of why it's still here and why it was constructed in the first place. So, in terms of the charter, one of the things that we did was that the report was presented to the Foundation and Ecomos Germany in May 2022, which is, of course, before the October ratification. But the key thing is that we had the basis of principles that we could apply to the site from a destination management standpoint to ensure that there was some interaction between both where the site is right now and where we think it could be going in future towards its promotion as a point of dialogue, but also as promotion as a viable, authentic cultural heritage site that maintained most of its structural integrity. My colleague here, Dr. Sanin Mihailovic, presented in Kazakh in June 2022. And one of the key things that we discussed in our group was to ensure that the narratives and different communications platforms were linked, so there was consistency in terms of the messaging and the range of messaging to ensure that we can both inform and grow audiences. We wanted to also address misaligned promotional messages between different groups, particularly tourism authorities and those who are promoting the site. and also in the end to recognize the site may remain contested, despite the ongoing dialogue and the intention to really address the issues of communism and the site and how it's constructed, the cost and the need to have this structural representation maintained. It's really important to, understand that this may not, these sorts of issues or contestation may not go away. And, it needs to be still maintained as part of its proper use and recognition of the site. So with that in mind, one of the other things we recommended was that you try to open up the site while it's still under restoration. And one of the things that we supported was this development of something that we've called Buzluja Fest. So they've actually now turned it into a cultural heritage venue. There is a national park around there. It is between Sofia and the Black Sea, so it's on a heavily trafficked route between the two of the major tourism destinations in the country. And on the right, you can see that they've used it as a lumiere or visual representation of projections. And again, if you go on to Google or YouTube, you'll be able to see there must be about dozens of these different types of representations there. I chose this one because I just like the colors. But again, it shows you how a site can be used and how it can be transformed from a different, contested, unique background, the one that becomes more of a popular representation, one that can be integrated into the local tourism destination. So with that in mind, I just wanted to conclude my presentation where, as I said at the beginning, the Charter can be very useful for setting the basis for cultural tourism plans at different sorts of destinations and locales around the world. It's the 3 objectives and the 7 principles. They can appear very broad, but again, they're very helpful from a guidance standpoint in terms of understanding some of the issues that need to be addressed, particularly climate change, sustainability, various working with different types of groups, accessibility. These are things that we're trying to ensure that it makes it a relevant, continuous use type document. The way that it was developed is now an approach that is starting to be embraced by other scientific committees and national committees of ECOMOS because of the fact that we worked with our full range of stakeholders and we really followed a process that was very much in depth in terms of working with our partners to ensure that it was as broad-based and we had as much narrative and input as possible. Our challenge now is to its implementation. That's why we're working with different bodies within ECOMOS and partners within the cultural heritage domain around the globe. And this is why presentations like this are really important to show what the Charter is and how it can be used. And even better, it's the most translated doctrinal document in ECOMOS with about 8 translations, including Italian. So our Italian friends are more than welcome to visit our ICTC cultural tourism site and to read the document in Italian as well as the other languages, including Arabic, Mandarin, and a variety of European languages. And finally, I want to emphasize at the end that, with documents like this and the touristic approaches that are taken at places like Buzluja and others around the world, intercultural dialogue is more important than ever for new and emerging destinations. That understanding, that awareness, that sort of real authentic and integral aspects of tangible and intangible cultural heritage, those expressions are those aspects and basis for discussion and hopefully viable intercultural dialogue to support a more peaceful, happier level of understanding and expression between cultures. So, grazie mille. Thank you for having me, and it's been an honor to present here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Fergus. I'm addressing if there are some questions from the hall. Any question? Oh, Carlo. Carlo, please. I use this occasion to introduce another friend of us, Carlo Francini, UNESCO World Heritage Office of the Municipality of Florence. Ciao Carlo. Here there is Fergus. Okay.
Fergus, it's a pleasure to see you.
Carlo, nice to see you as well. It's nice to see old friends too, so thank you.
Thank you. So only a simple question about at the local level, the idea of the diffusion, the spread of the values of the Charter. How we have suggest, I don't know, it's possible to have inside in the update of management plan and the other documents, but maybe I think it's very important to have a spread directly in the people working about tourism, because this is, I think, is the very great challenges for us. Thank you.
Grazie, Carlo. I agree in the sense that, sorry, one of the things is that sometimes it's easy to speak to the converted, and when we're talking about different aspects of cultural heritage and particularly World Heritage Sites, as with what you're managing in Florence. And this is one of the things that we tried to do in terms of when I was talking about stakeholders and persons who would be involved in the development of these plans. We tried to ensure that we had private sector partners where possible. To be honest, we didn't get so many, but that's still to say that there are countries that have World Heritage Sites or that have heritage sites at the local level, as you mentioned. And I think that when you are developing your cultural heritage management plans or your tourism plans that invoke cultural heritage in some way or another, it's important to know those aspects that you should be touching on. And I think that more often than not, there's so many different types of information that's out there, particularly when you type in cultural tourism into Google or to some other kind of search platform, that it's important to have these international ratified documents that are there that can set the basis for discussion. We're not discounting the fact that there are other useful documents that are out there, but at least this one and our role as an organization that is an advisory body to the World Heritage Committee, the types of inputs, the time and the effort that we put into it, it's at least can serve as a strong basis for those communities, cultural heritage sites or World Heritage Sites that are looking to update or develop their cultural tourism management plans, like Florence.
Other question? Yes.
Thank you very much. Very valuable presentation. I'm really happy to know that there is this great committee inside the Commerce, and we are glad to meet you and invite you to Saudi Arabia and with the team. But my question is, have you conducted already some capacity building training programs or certification for municipalities, for regional authorities to deal with tourism in either domestic, local heritage sites or World Heritage Sites? Because we are interested in these programs.
Thank you for your question, Honorable President. It is important to reflect on its actual use, and in fact, we have used it 3 times recently, and I'm happy to highlight this to you. One is we work with the Organization of World Heritage Cities, based out of Quebec City here in Canada, but they have over 300 member World Heritage Cities around the globe. And one of the things we did is that we used the charter to establish the basis for their cultural tourism and visitor management framework, which is available through their website. I'm happy to send you the link if you like. But basically what it does is that it uses the Sustainable Development Goals, the charter, and a new UNESCO tool called the Visitor Management Assessment and Strategy Tool that can support tourism destination sustainability and also resiliency in the wake of things like natural disasters, pandemics, as we experienced with COVID, conflict, and other matters to ensure that those aspects are addressed using facets of the Charter for those types of purposes. So this has been distributed to the 300 members of the organizational World Heritage Cities. The other is that we've taken part in the new UNWTO International Standards Organization Sustainable Tourism Standard. And one of the things that we integrated the Charter into the discussion on accessibility for cultural heritage sites around the globe. And this was a specific standard within the main standard to ensure that the accessibility aspect of the Charter is reflected within that new standard. So those sites that are trying to support persons with disabilities, both physical and neurodiverse, have the ability to conceive and apply different aspects and principles to ensure that the sites are better addressing the needs of those individuals who have different types of disabilities. So those are two of the examples that I can provide to you.
Corinna, another question?
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation, and I'm very grateful that you took part to this event, even though we are very far, but with such an energy. So I take this occasion also for thanking you for giving your suggestions in the guidelines that we are going to present at the end of this event. I knew the Charter. I've already read it, and of course, I really appreciated the stress that in the Charter is focusing, is addressing the intercultural dialogue issue that with the Foundation we are highly stressing since a very long time ago, and that we were stressing also for this Charter. But I also I'm also very interested by the major issue about climate change and tourism. In the Charter, there is a principle that is completely dedicated to climate change, if I'm not wrong. And I wanted to know if there are some operative guidelines to introduce, to recover to the issue of climate change in specific territories, considering the fact that the use of heritage and traditional knowledge and cultural identities of places might be a very powerful strategy to go back to the original relationship that a human being already had with the local context. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinna. Very good question. And you're correct. Sorry. One of our objectives and one of our principles within the Charter are specifically focused upon climate change and sustainability, because we see that as a key long-term issue for cultural heritage sites and natural heritage sites around the globe. Certainly, Venice has been experiencing that in terms of flooding that goes on there on a regular basis. And even after building the Moes barriers over the past 15 years, it's still experiencing that flooding. And, for some of these cultural heritage sites, it's going to be a tough decision for authorities in individual countries to, whether as a friend said to me, if they have the funds and the will to ensure that these places are still maintained. I mean, it's a big challenge for a number of locations. But to your point, in terms of are there ways or approaches to address these, I see that there being two. One is that we often talk about mitigation, ways of reducing those aspects that cause climate change or seawater level rise or flooding or other aspects, as in Canada with our serious forest fires that we had this past summer. But I think we're moving beyond that now, more towards adaptation. which is where you're starting to look at measures that might be able to either armor coastlines or prevent flooding if possible, or other sorts of factors. And I think that, particularly for many destinations, Maldives being one of them, for example, in the Indian Ocean, south of Sri Lanka, there's a question there in terms of how can they maintain the life and viability of their population, and also the investment that they made in the tourism resources to ensure that they can maintain a viable society. And again, this is a question that a number of island destinations are going to be challenged by in the next 30 to 50 years. That being said, one of the things that we're doing here in Canada, sorry to keep coming back to my country, but it's my point of reference where I live, we're working with a number of Indigenous groups. And so there are approaches, particularly for natural areas and for cultural sites as well, where we're trying to find ways to apply and use Indigenous means of dealing with various climate change aspects. In Canada, those two are flooding and, of course, forest fires, where we lost 5 million hectares of land due to fire this summer. And we're working with Indigenous groups to undertake different sorts of conservation approaches, different kinds of land management approaches. So we're going back to what we're using as traditional environmental knowledge, or TEK, to start looking at how we can better manage our cultural sites and our natural heritage sites.
Actually, it's not a question. First of all, I thank our colleague for giving such a wonderful talk. I just wanted to respond back to your question, Corina. Was ICROM, and especially the FAR program, we are working on developing a specific tool which will be available next year. It is based on our project Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action, where we are actually right now we have 5 field projects going on in Brazil, in India, Uganda, and also in Sudan, where we are looking at indigenous knowledge. We are cross-linking it with scientific knowledge, climate science, and we are working with disaster risk reduction agencies. And together we are developing strategies which are integrated strategies for risk reduction, heritage safeguard, as well as peace building, which can be put into local climate adaptation plans. So this is going to be very helpful for governments, and we hope to upscale this action on a large basis. So the idea is that go in the place, study how the place was sustainable in the past, take that knowledge, which is local, place-specific resource management knowledge, cross-link it with climate science, and then put it into the adaptation and mitigation plans that are at a local level, because governments are giving funding for this aspect. And so this is a very good way of collaborating with local governments and developing something which is coming from the ground, not from the top. So that's what, and hopefully our research will be available, and there will be a tool which people can use. Thanks.
Okay. So, if there are no other questions, first of all, I thank again our friend Fergus for taking part in this session. I clap. Thank you very much, dear Fergus. We will keep in touch, and we continue with this next session. dedicated to tourism and case study. This session was moderated by Aparna again, and I would like to invite her first for a sad communication before starting our session. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I begin the last session, with a very heavy heart, I have to share the news of passing away of a senior colleague, esteemed Dr. Yuka Yukileto, who is a name by himself. And Munir is here. Perhaps you would like to say a few words in memory of Yuka Yukileto, who joined ICROM in 1972. But as Munir is here as the former Director General of ICROM, I would like you to say a few words about in the memory of Yuka Yukileto.
Yes, thank you, Aparna. This is a very bad news that we received today from the passing away of not only a very, very high-level expert that everybody respects for all his work, all his publications, all his teaching at ICROM. I want just to remember that both of us, Yuka Yukileto and me, we received the ICROM prize in 2000. And then when I was at ICROM, I asked Yuka to write a book about the history of ICROM. So you can imagine that this was a day-to-day work with Yuka up to the latest missions that we did together, whether in Middle East or in Africa. And I want to express the sorrow that we have all about this news, to present my condolences to his wife, who is also an expert, and to his family. And I'm sure that all of us, we can pray for his soul. Thank you very much.
Okay. As we say in life, we have to move on. And this last session is indeed dedicated to the memory of Yuka Yukileto, but it is also about bringing this great conference to a conclusion. All through these days, we have heard many key ideas, many good practices, many innovative ideas, but we have also heard about challenges that we face in today's world, what we know what we are living through, an age of polycrisis, but at the same time, we are living through the age of innovation, in the age where we have digital technology at its peak. And we also have the immense possibility of cultural dialogue, because technology is making people come closer, and at the same time, technology is also causing some issues. We know that we have the problems related to artificial intelligence and many other things that we are afraid of as forces, but these are dynamic forces in our world. And all through this conference, we have visited many places. We had a full session of Luoghi, Parlanti, where we went through so many case studies, so many countries, and we heard about their cultures, about how those communities, those societies are living and are welcoming tourists from all around the world. And you all connected with them with the help of keywords that were given to you and you all made your stories with their stories and connected in this room. So really, we have had a full fair, and now in this last session, we are going to have focus on some in-depth case studies that will bring to you some good practices of destination management, sustainable destination management, about some innovative steps or evolutionary steps that they are in these places that people are taking to live in harmony with nature, to sing the song of earth, and to harmonize and to tap into indigenous knowledge, the existing local knowledge, and work with communities to sustain ecosystems, as well as pursue the goals of sustainable development. As we go through this panel, we will also hear some speakers talk about the challenges they face because of the threats that we've discussed at length here, and climate crisis being one of them. I would like you to listen to these cases, these stories, but after each case, continuing our tradition of keywords, I would like to ask you, the audience, what are the key thoughts or keywords that come to your mind when you listen to these case studies, and from there we will try to build a conclusion for this last gathering, this last panel of this conference. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for this case study session, and that is Ibrahim Al-Khalifa. He is the Interim Director of Arab Regional Center for World Heritage in Bahrain, and he is working in the implementation of the 1972 World Heritage Convention across 19 Arab states. He brings an immense experience of working towards sustainable development in his country, and he is going to talk about Purling Path, and he's going to tell us all about this World Heritage Site and the challenges, as well as some of the successful steps that have been taken in the development of this World Heritage Site. Over to you.
Thank you, Aparna. Thank you, Aparna, for this introduction. And thank you again for the organizers, the Bianca Foundation. I think we have been a great partner since 2016, and I think we have been pleased to see the growth of this festival over the years. I think it's become today an important platform, exchanging expertise, knowledge, and best practices in the field of cultural heritage. And also thank you for giving me the speech just after Dr. Jasser, because I think it's difficult to top his presentation, but I will try to do my best on that aspect. As we say in Arabic, نكمل بعض, we complete each other. So I tried to choose the site in Bahrain, the Purling Path, for a number of reasons, because I think that it contributes to documenting an important industry, not only to Bahrain, but to the Gulf region in general. And I think one of the most important goals of creating this route was to recreate the pearl diving journey. As you know, the pearl diving journey was very harsh. It was a harsh environment, very tough task, which usually, or in some cases, people lost their lives trying to look for pearls. And they used to go to the sea for 6-7 months away from their families. And I think it's just a reflection on the importance towards the economy of our region. We need to consider that this was in the beginning of the 19th century, so before the discovery of oil, and families depended on pearls and pearl trading in our region. And I think through the Pearling Path experience, we will give this opportunity today to our generation to recreate this visit and to recreate this journey from the shores of Bumahar Fort to the middle of Muharraq city. Maybe if we can, So this is the map of Muharraq city. The site comprises of 15 properties over 3.5 kilometers in the heart of Muharraq, Bahrain's former capital, the heritage site Pearling, testimony of an island economy. It relates the unique legacy of Bahrain's Pearling era through architecture and urban heritage of the old city, as well as 3 pearl-producing oyster beds. I think what's unique about this site is that it compromises cultural heritage through the buildings, natural heritage through the oyster beds, and intangible heritage through traditions of music, of handicrafts. So I think 3 unique heritage types in one site. Conservation works have been ongoing since the inscription in 2011, and it's still ongoing until today. We hope the official opening will be very soon in February 2024. Currently we have a number of buildings that are ready, and I think maybe Dr. Jasiri have visited the site last year. We have Nokhada House, the Pearling Path Visitor Center, Bumahar Visitor Center, and Qal'at Bumahar are all open for public visits. Maybe, Simone, we could share the picture that I had on the screen. I wanted to showcase this picture just to envisage the harsh environment that the pearl diver had at that time. You can see it was very basic, nothing, only with the clip on the nose, and then down he goes into the sea in deep waters, looking for something that is non-guaranteed. So you have no guarantee that you will find any pearls. But even though they would go for far and extreme measures to look for pearls, and I think this tradition itself, even though today it no longer exists in this type, but it still exists as a hobby. And I think having the site to support it would help to ensure that this continues to the future by people continuing by pearl diving and looking into pearls, and to make sure that this legacy continues. Old Muharraq settlement was Bahrain's first capital from 1810 to 1923, which coincided with the peak years of the pearling economy, and is today the predominant city of Bahrain's second largest island. For centuries, Muharraq was the Arabian's Gulf pearling capital. It was the Gulf's most active and prosperous pearling city. The largest number of pearl divers lived here. Virtually everyone on Muharraq city that back then was involved in pearl trading, pearl diving. So the whole city was reviving on the pearl industry. Muharraq can be distinguished from many other Arabian Gulf settlements. I think if you'd like to ask what is different from Bahrain to Abu Dhabi to Kuwait to Qatar, who were also all centers of pearling at that time, is that the city was built largely of coral stone. In contrast, around the turn of the 20th century, several of the Gulf other centers were almost entirely barastai settlements, temporary houses made of palm material. So I think that's why the stone construction ensured the survival of significant elements in Muharraq that now constitute a unique testimony of the pearling societies, not only of Bahrain, but of the Arabian Gulf in general. I have some examples of the beginning of the shore where people started from here, the point of pearl diving. Some examples of the house that has been recently renovated. Al-Ghaus house is the house of the diver, so the captain, and inside the house you can have examples of the equipment used at that time. The decline of the pearling economy and the almost simultaneous discovery of oil and gas resources in Bahrain and the Gulf saw Muharraq's role diminish, and that of the city of Manama, the capital, located just across the harbor on the main island of Bahrain, expand.
The development pressures on the new capital helped Muharraq retain much of its atmosphere. Despite a great deal of modern construction, in most parts of Muharraq city, the street pattern remains the same as in the Perling era, especially with the maze of narrow alleyways, as you can see in the images. As of 2012, the Perling Path has become the second World Heritage Site in the Kingdom of Bahrain as a testimony of its millennia-old pearl collecting tradition and the globally significant single-product island economy and social system it produced. The site is a series nomination consisting of 15 properties, 3 oyster beds located in northern waters of Bahrain, 1 seashore site, and 9 clusters of historic buildings consisting of 17 architectural structures embedded in the urban fabric of the city. Taken together, the 15 individual sites reflect the final expression and last remaining and thus outstanding example of a cultural tradition that dominated the Arabian Gulf from prehistory to the early 20th century. Some more examples of the renovation that has been undertaken. Al-Jalahma House is one of the famous merchants of pearling, and I think some of the buildings are similar to the ones that are in Saudi Arabia. I think you can see some similarities. Although Muharraq's pearling economy subsided in the 1930s, the grand narrative it produced remains the most significant source of Bahraini cultural identity. Bahrain is proud of its history in terms of pearling, to the point where it is the only country in the world today that prohibits scientific cultured pearls into its market. So if you enter the Bahrain airport, one of the bans is not only on drugs, weapons, but also scientific cultured pearls is on the list of prohibits. So I think this just showcases the importance and the pride of Bahrain in preserving natural pearls. Al-Alawi House as well, one of the merchant of pearls in Bahrain. Fakhr House. Murad House, which also has a beautiful public space that is used as part of the visitor experience. The Perling Path can be experienced and visited at any point of its 3.5 stretch that snakes through the old alleyways of Muharraq. So it is an open museum. It doesn't have a starting or ending point, so you can start from whenever you like, and you can learn and share experiences from people that are living there. And most of people that are living in Muharraq are still involved in the tradition of pearling, either through music, poetry, handicrafts, shipbuilding, and other traditions. I think if you look at the challenges, and I think maybe a partner that you mentioned about looking to challenges, I think there is 2 main challenges in terms of a Perling Path. One is, of course, limited space available in the dense city of Muharraq. Bahrain in general is the 6th most dense country in the world. So looking into the land space and the population, and that by itself is a challenge. Looking into, of course, parking, for example, is a huge issue. And I think I have some pictures of some parking spaces that has been used in the area. So these are the public spaces. 16 public spaces around the buildings that are there, used for gatherings, used to walk between the areas, multi-story parking, used with modern, of course, materials. But I think that has been done on purpose, just to make sure that it's clear the new and the old, and not to mix between the new and the old, and to give the wrong assumption to the visitor. So we wanted to have a clear parking building that is new and that is built by light materials. There is a bridge that links between the Bumahar Fort, which was the starting point of the pearl diving journey to the houses that has been renovated. And I think that the other challenge is in relation to the climate change on the oyster beds. I think with the sea level rise and the humidity, I think it has been creating an increased challenge on preserving oyster beds and making sure that the quality of water ensures the continuity of this tradition, even though it's not now still ongoing in a professional manner, but it is in a personal kind of hobby. But I think it's important to carry it on, to make sure that it is there for our younger generation. And I hope that you'll have the chance to visit the site. Our official opening is in February 2024. So this presentation has come at the right time. And I'm open for any questions. And thank you again for your time.
Thank you. So before we move on to the next speaker, this is how we are going to go about this panel. Maybe you can take a seat. Any keywords that come in your mind, any thoughts after hearing that vivid commentary about the Pearling Path? Perhaps you would like to say something?
Because every time we met Sheikh Ibrahim, he came with new projects, new ideas. They are moving very fast, but also very professional. I have a question, not a comment, because it's maybe a learning experience. How or why they made it not easy, but straightforward to get the funding, the community engagement, international experts work with, of course, UNESCO and other entities to do this beautiful work. I visited your sites many times, and every time I notice your work in built heritage, archaeology, and world heritage site, modern heritage. Yeah, you have done something amazing. So being focused on this interesting zone, I think you are already ahead of many countries. So what is the secret? Besides, of course, the great men and women with leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph, for your comment. I think one of the most important things to consider is that if you analyze the World Heritage List in the Arab region in general, most of the sites are either archaeological, cultural landscapes, rock art, historic cities. So I think one of the main aims was to create a cultural route and to open the door for other countries to consider having cultural routes as part of their heritage sites. I think that concept was relatively new in 2012. And I think that introduction of the Pearling Path really was a breath of fresh air to introduce something that is new, but that is important. And I'm very happy to see that now other countries in our region are also looking into cultural routes as a way of preserving cultural heritage.
I think that's a wonderful concept, and we must applaud you for that. Any other thoughts? Who wants to visit Pearling Path next year? Who wants to go? Can I have a show of hand? How many hands? Oh my God, so many people want to come. So this is going to be over tourism.
And we have our Bahraini young student here, Miss Noura. I think she's here and she's studying in Milano. And I would also like her to comment, because from her eyes and from her perspective, how does she attaches herself to the site?
That would be great. So Noura, that would be wonderful if you could say.
Thank you, Sheikh Ibrahim. Well, I come from a generation that didn't experience pearl diving and the pearling culture. My parents' generation also didn't experience it, but my grandfather was a pearl diver for a short period of time. And he would talk about it every now and then, but I didn't really attach to it very much because it was just general. And I wasn't born or raised in Muharraq. I was from the south of Bahrain, and so I didn't really understand the role of Muharraq until I started visiting it after they began the renovations in the Pearling Path and they introduced pedestrian paths. I think, especially coming from the south of Bahrain, where there's newer developments and they're very focused on driving, which most of Bahrain you get through it driving, partially because of the heat. So being able to experience the 3.5 kilometers just by walking is a very immediate connection with the site. Yeah, and it felt like walking through your ancestors' doors, and in that way it felt like a very nice way to connect with the past, because I feel that our generation was a bit detached from this culture in a way, but with the efforts of the regional center and the Bahrain Authority for Culture and Antiquities and the UNESCO, it's become a really nice way to reconnect with our past and to reconnect with our identity as well and our place on the island. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Amazing. So walking through your ancestors' doors, that's a wonderful way to summarize what you just described, the Purling Path. Moving on from Bahrain, we are now going to come to actually not Carlo you, but we are going to move to Georgia, where we are going to listen to Professor Willy Alasania. She is a noted historian and a public figure from Georgia who is gracing this panel, and she's going to share her experiences of her country, Georgia. Professor Alasania is also a noted, she was the president at the University of Georgia and has contributed a lot to the cultural narrative of that country. She has written many papers, and today she will be outlining how Georgia as a great culture, as a great nation, has evolved through times, and the crises that the country is confronted with. And basically her talk will be also summarizing some of the key challenges that Georgia today faces for its cultural heritage, and how safeguarding that heritage can help us recover peace, build peace in that region, and bring back prosperity. So for planet, for people, for prosperity, let us listen to a case study from Georgia. Over to Professor Alasania.
Let me express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference. And I remember several years ago when the same conferences were held, and of which I was always very active participant, and how happy we participants were at that time, thanks to warm hospitality of Paolo Del Bianco and his family, and Simone, of course, and all organizers of the conferences. So I'm happy that this tradition is still in place. And since I'm in Europe, let me express also my gratitude to all Europeans, to Europe, to all Europeans who recently gave a possibility to my country, Georgia, to become probably in the near future a member of European Union. So we received just a recommendation for that. And let me inform you that my son, the third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, right now he's in a jail, because he's poisoned there, and he's just punished because he was the main figure on this long process. And the majority of politicians believe that he is a personal prisoner of Vladimir Putin. But it's a long story. But let's be back to tourism, which is our main issue for today. Yeah? So, of course, when we talk about tourism, we mean, first of all, we mean just cultural books, arts, architecture, sculpture, music, etc. However, the global travel increased general mobility of people at large, as well as the availability of historic and cultural monuments, has turned tourism into a culture education crash course. But the question remains, what is the value of cultural footprint? Its lasting impact beyond sightseeing? Once past the initial stage of admiration for architecture and historical monuments, the majority of tourists start to notice cultural differences. These impressions are couched in terminology which is not characteristic of classical aesthetics, but which has lately gained universal acceptance. Cultural shock, culture wars, cancelled culture, clash of civilization, etc. Is this a sign of time or the byproduct of the global political discourse? We think it's a little bit of both. In general, national political discourse influences and to a certain degree formulate the cultural milieu, but that was not always the case. Throughout the medieval times, we know that culture, justice, education was under control of religious institutions. Church, synagogues, mosques were centers for the dissemination of literacy. They possessed the richest libraries, ran schools, and controlled primary education. It's not by coincidence that many philosophers, medieval thinkers, artists, sculptors, and architects were either high church hierarchs like Copernicus, Bacon, and others, or the church was their most influential customer and the biggest financier, like for Michelangelo, Botticelli, Verrocchio, etc. Because of that, religious institutions, as a rule, were untouchable, not only within the state, but also for foreign invaders. In every war, the conqueror was dismantling mostly the civilian structure of the vanquished. None of them ever tried to deconstruct the religious beliefs or its institutions, even Mongolian hordes, by the way. And Georgia was no exception. In times of Mongol domination, by the way, the Georgian church was in a privileged state. Despite many foreign and domestic enemies, the Georgian church always remained independent, retained its autocephalous status, and continued to serve as a hub for the cultural and educational revival of the nation. That was until the early 19th century. New invaders not only absorbed the country's territory, but also co-opted Georgian culture and its history. They were the first to abolish the independent status of the Georgian church and started to aggressively raise spiritual, educational, material, and intangible cultural heritage throughout most of their presence in Georgia. And this process resumed with vengeance in the mid-90s and reached its high point after the 5 Days War in 2008. Churches in the occupied territories, and this territory is about 20%, now even more, of the country, this is Abkhazia and South Ossetia, were damaged. The basic of Georgian churches, their closure, the whitewashing of ancient frescoes and religious paintings, destructions of religious artifacts have attained a criminal proportion. Here again, the vandalism and general attack on cultural heritage in Georgia are not isolated events, unfortunately. They are part and parcel of ever-growing alarming trends in the world. The destruction of Buddhas in Afghanistan, the raising of monuments of Palmyra, the stealing and robbery in the museums of Iraq. By the way, Iraq, which had the most strict rules about this preservation of cultural heritages, the well-known aversion to education and culture in general by ISIS, the war in Ukraine with total disregard for the cultural, architectural, and historical heritage of the country, and terrorist attack in Israel with indiscriminate rocket shelling and bombing of historic cities and tourist attractions are just a few sad examples of the triumph of savagery over civilized existence. They are aimed at the eradication of the world cultural and historic footprint. But they also point to a relatively new phenomenon. Up to now, political scientists have identified a group of so-called failed states. The general characteristics of these states are well defined and easily recognizable. We are now witnessing an emerging new group which cannot be classified either as developed nations or as failed states. I would suggest to call them out-of-context states. These are the countries which don't belong to the end of 20th or early 21st centuries. They are completely out of the logic of the progress-driven times we live in. Their development stopped some time ago. The gap between them and the rest of the world is widening. They are not capable of making up the lost distance through constructive effort. The only option at their disposal is to slow or totally stop the advancement of others. As a result, they are ready to resort to any dirty, uncivilized, and outright criminal act, to use violence and engage in wars and to destroy, eradicate, and demolish any sign of progress, development, or cultural advancement. These countries recognize each other. They feel each other's pulse. They identify with their common goals. And they are ready to fight the progress together. Indeed, they form new axes of evil, extending from the North Pole to the Mediterranean, from the Far East to the Urals and beyond. After the breakup of the Soviet Union and the practical disintegration of the then existing state cultural establishment, the main goal in the area of protecting the cultural and historic heritage of the country was to create a new network of relevant institutions, both state and private, capable of properly analyzing the challenging in restoring, rehabilitating, preserving ancient architectural monuments, murals, church paintings, archaeological sites, as well as attaching young specialists. Their professional training, the integration of emerging Georgian institutions in the worldwide network of relevant international organizations such as ECROMS, Economist, ISPRA, UNESCO, and others. At the initial stage, the efforts experienced certain success. Thus, a cultural heritage state register was created, documenting and leisurely protecting over 1,000 cultural, archaeological, and historic monuments. National and regional museums and galleries in Tbilisi, Mestia, Grebi, Gonio, Boldisi, among others, were fully restored and rehabilitated. Thousands of artifacts in private collections were discovered, registered and classified as having historic values. For the first time, international projects for storm protection, cave, urban complex rehabilitation were initiated, covering monuments in Signari, Vadia, Mestia, David Garage, etc. Despite its notable success, the situation started to rapidly deteriorate in the last decade. Most of the state-sponsored international programs and projects came to a standstill. The worsening global environment does not justify inaction of inertia or the part of most national governments in protecting national and common cultural heritage. Of course, there are countries that fervently protect their culture and historic heritage. They create a fertile ground for further development in these areas. However, the majority of governments don't prioritize cultural and historic preservation at the top of their national agendas. Unfortunately, at the moment, Georgia falls within the latter category. Moreover, it takes this neglect one step further. Not only is the government uninterested in preserving the historic and cultural monuments, but it has actively destroyed a few monuments which were recognized by UNESCO as part of world cultural heritage, and as such were protected by the relevant conventions on the protection of historic monuments and architectural complexes. For example, the destruction of the Cathedral of Sakandrisi, Kerogli, the alarming situation in Gelati, Juari, Baghrati, among others, and the list can be prolonged. Under the pretext of reconstruction, the administration of many cultural and educational institutions have started to dismiss professionals based on the principle of loyalty to the government, ignoring the fact that professional heredity in all spheres is extremely important. This process has touched museums, cinema, music, literature. The barely established centralized museum system developed in collaboration with German and American colleagues in previous years is being dismantled, placing artifacts at risk. However, Georgia is not isolated in today's turbulent world. All events worldwide are intertwined and dependent on each other. In today's reality more than ever, the world is in a critical phase. Currently, it seems that evil prevails over good. Many challenges are not responded to relevantly. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, a comprehensive security system has not been established. Yet nobody is safe. We hope that the victory of Ukraine in the Russia-Ukraine war and the resolution of the permanent conflict in the Middle East will provide an opportunity to set up a completely new defense system for the entire world. Such a system will help small countries like Georgia to get rid of a difficult heritage and double-mindedness, to make the right choice and continue on a path of worthy development. We believe that finally the good will triumph. Thank you.
So I would like to please take your seat. Thank you so much, and thank you for this this talk. It's a sobering thought that there is so much going on in the world, and while we are celebrating culture and heritage, we should also confront some of the crises that culture and heritage face. So Munir, over to you for just summing up this very passionate speech.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Professor, from this very, very important presentation of what is happening in Georgia, but also you enlarge your talk to many other situations that we have seen in UNESCO in particular, because I worked, as you know, in UNESCO for many years, and I followed the description of Baghrati, for example, in your country, and the poor Yuka Yokileto was one of our experts going to Baghrati. This question is now becoming a very important question that UNESCO thought to be finished by the end of the Second World War. At the end of the Second World War, when UN was created, when UNESCO was created, a group of experts prepared a very important document called the Hague Convention of 1954. This Hague Convention was established to prevent wars giving damage to cultural heritage. It was the Hague Convention for the protection of cultural heritage in case of armed conflicts. Unfortunately, this document, which is very, very long, very detailed, was never applied to the situation of wars that everybody was thinking after the Second World War and the terrible loss of humans, millions of people killed, terrible loss of cities, Warsaw, Dresden, etc. Everybody was thinking the time of war is finished, and let's have a time of peace. Unfortunately, what we have seen is a number of very specific wars, which were not wars from one country against a country, but internal conflicts. I followed, when I was in charge of in UNESCO of the Division of Cultural Heritage, the internal conflict in Lebanon. And one of the terrible damage, not to speak about the human aspect, which is taken care by UNICEF and UNRWA, etc. But when I went in after the Taif agreement about Lebanon crisis, in Beirut, I have seen a museum, the National Museum of Lebanon, without door, without windows, terribly damaged. And this was a very strong image that why destroying, even there was a sarcophage from Roman period at the entrance of the museum, and it was damaged by a rocket. Then we have seen the development of the war in Cambodia. And I went to Cambodia and to see the site of Angkor, which was occupied by the Khmer Rouge. And the disaster was terrible because during this war, internal war, there was a heavy traffic of cultural properties. You know, the statues, which are called apsara, the Buddhist statues, were cut. Either the head were cut, either the total statues, and we were finding these objects in the market. The same happened in Afghanistan. I was, during lunch, speaking to my colleagues, young colleagues from ICROM, how much we tried very hard with Director General Matsuura about trying to protect the largest Buddha in the world, which were destroyed. It's not by chance. It was a target, destroying the Buddha in order to cancel the memory, to cancel the history. And this is, since 2000, 2001, I was looking at the different crises where internal groups were starting to destroy cultural heritage, in addition to destroying the people. Why? Because the aim of these wars, unfortunately, were targeting the cultural heritage because of ideology. You mentioned, and I'm glad that you mentioned what happened in Syria. Why destroying an archaeological site like Palmyra? What is the reason of destroying the Temple of Bel, the Temple of Baal Shamim, the Triumphal Arch? Why destroying this? I think the ideology which is behind is to cancel the history. And it happens also not only for, let's say, archaeological sites of other periods, other religions, but also I went to Tombouctou, and you see in Tombouctou, again, internal crisis was targeting the mosque, the tombs, and we cannot understand why behind all this ideology the cultural heritage is targeted. It is also during my time at ICROM with my colleague and friend Aparna Tandon that we find that something should be done in concrete terms. But also at UNESCO, we were working with a very bright colleague from Australia, Lyndall Prott, a lawyer, and we thought it was not possible to use the Convention of '54. Why don't we add a protocol to the Convention? And we worked on the second protocol of which was adopted in The Hague in 1999, trying to take into account all what we have seen in Lebanon, in Cambodia, in Afghanistan, to try to find some ways for the international community, because we, UNESCO, we are speaking on behalf of the international community when a convention is adopted. You know, for example, we are so pleased, and I speak with my colleague from Florence, we are so pleased, you know, like the Convention of 1972 on the protection of World Heritage, cultural and natural, is signed by 194 countries. It's amazing. All the countries in the world adopted this convention. The Convention of 1954 is not signed by all the countries. And you can see how the international community doesn't have always all the tools to impose a vision about our field, the field of cultural heritage. So I think today it is important to work on the continuation of awareness, raising the awareness of the importance of cultural heritage, and raising awareness about the fact that why touching monuments, sites, statues, you know, I have some terrible images. When I entered Kabul, immediately after the fall of the Taliban in early 2002, I went with the Ministry of Culture, the new government at that time, with the President Karzai and the Ministry of Culture, who became a good friend of mine, Minister Rahin. He said, Munir, come with me. I will show you in the basement of the ministry what happened to all the archaeological objects. All the boxes were smashed. All the boxes. Why? You understand that your talk is very important. It has an aspect which is a legal aspect, and it has an aspect which is a concrete response. And here, I must say, I am really pleased with Aparna. We have launched a new program at ICROM. We called it First Aid to Cultural Heritage, because we thought that, like other institutions of the UN are doing, and we know what is happening, unfortunately, now, whether in Ukraine or in the Middle East, the first aid for the population, but also the first aid to heritage. And this program is now very well advanced, and I think that it is on these both sides, on the legal aspect and on the concrete aspect, physical aspect, to try to save what is, we consider, and I worked all my life in this field with poor Yuka. We cannot, speak about him without thinking about his vision, his memory. We are considering that your church, Bagrati Church, which is splendid, is not only Georgian. It is for all of us. It is humanity. It is not. It is a human heritage. This is what the Del Bianco Foundation, and this is also the reason why we are working with the Del Bianco Foundation, whether from UNESCO or from ICROM or ICOMOS or IUCN and ICOM, because we have the same vision of trying to consider the heritage as a heritage of all, and not heritage. It's not a nationalistic vision. You see what I mean? It's a human vision, open to the world.
Thank you, Munir, for those guiding words. Always your words lead us. And as you said, the essence of this work of Del Bianco Foundation is the humanity of us, the humanity of all. It belongs to us all. It's our common home. And we need to talk about those places where culture is threatened because it's our common heritage. And from that aspect so until now, in this panel, we have been to Bahrain, where we heard about the Pearling Path, the history of a very difficult trade, but that rejuvenated the entire region and fed the entire region, although with difficult practices and connotations of a history which has both positive and negative aspects, and a cultural root that brings all those memories together, brought together in our heritage discourse. Then we had Professor Alsania bringing us to the land of Georgia, which is the land of churches. It brings histories from all parts of the world, a confluence of cultures which is threatened today. And now we come back to where we are, our home, Florence. And Florence is where you all have been experiencing. You have been visiting the Duomo. You have been listening to the bells. You have been seeing the tourists. We are sitting here in this historic Santa Maria Novella station, and many trains are coming through. Tourists are passing by. In this ambience, there is a World Heritage Site, the historic city center of Florence, which brings the rich Florentine history to life. But there is a man behind that facade, that heritage, that history, Carlo Francini, who is a noted historian. And how do you manage? Yeah. How do you manage this?
It's very, very complicated. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Grazie. Thank you. Munir, your words is incredible. It's amazing. I explained to my young colleagues the idea to listen your words, because it's very, very important for me. Important for me many years ago, I remember, and now I think it's very important for my young colleagues. And yes, I am here, Paolo, in the family, the Bianco family. And very, very amazing for me to say together for this very, very, very important challenger for a site manager in a historic city as Florence, but not only Florence, because the problem of over-tourism really is a problem for many of my colleagues in many parts of the world. Right. Okay, maybe it's this. Okay, this is my very, very, okay, yes, it's good. Introduction of my, oh yes, it's 2005, yes, oh my God. Very, very many time about the World Heritage. I remember the beginning is very impressive, because I was in Venice in 2002 for the 3rd anniversary of the convention. Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember. Oh my God, the word is very, very difficult. My experience before, previous experience inside the heritage in the municipality of Florence, but not specifically in the World Heritage. For the first impact is very, very incredible word. And yes, many times passed. Okay, in its rich history, Florence has stood as a global tourism magnet, welcoming visitors from all corners of the world. Yet, in recent years, the impact of tourism has undergone profound change, altering the social fabric and the very identity of the city. The management of over-tourism has become a paramount concern, especially considering Florence's designation as a World Heritage Site. Under the World Heritage Convention, state parties pledged to preserve these properties for future generations. Therefore, managers of the site bear the responsibility of safeguarding the outstanding universal value, including authenticity and integrity. The historic center of Florence, inscribed in 1982, holds a unique position where the statement of outstanding universal value not only outlines the values and the attributes composing the exceptional value of the site, but also a knowledge over tourism as a potential threat to its integrity. Here, the declaration about the integrity, I think is very important to underline in 2014, during the review of outstanding universal value, many of threats of the historic center relate to the impact of mass tourism, is the first. And for us, during this year, in the updating the management plan and the updating of management plan, for us is a very, very important issue, a very important goal. Before delving into the municipality response, let's examine critical issue related to the tourism in Florence. The exponential increase in tourism has inadvertently given rise to the urban traffic and air pollution that affect the overall well-being of both residents and visitors alike. The constant influx of millions of tourists each year has strained the city's infrastructure and, in turn, compromised the quality of life. Another concerning trend has emerged with the increasing standardization of commercial activities. Business, almost exclusively catering for the needs of tourists, have led to a loss of city's authenticity. The Florentine rich cultural heritage risks being overshadowed by commercial ventures focused only on meeting of the expectation of the visitors. Finally, one of the gravest consequences of over-tourism is the decreasing number of residents in the historic center. As tourists flood in, residents find themselves pushed out, contributing to a phenomenon often equated with gentrification. How can the Florence World Heritage and UNESCO Office respond to the issue? The management plan is the primary tool for a site manager to join to the obligation of preserving the World Heritage property for future generations. This framework is alike valuable in talking the impact of mass tourism from the World Heritage perspective. The management plan of the Historic Center of Florence outlines for many objectives closely related to managing the impact of tourism. Given the importance of the issue for the management of the historic center, one of the 6 macro areas of the action plan is fully dedicated to projects related to the management and tourist system. This project unfolds on 2 primary fronts: the diversification of tourism offering and the regulation of tourist flow. In the realm of diversification, retrain green areas, minor squares, and underused public space, along with promoting minor museums, are instrumental to creation for new itineraries and innovative strategies for tourist management. Some projects that are currently underway, such as Florence and Firenze Greenway, are tangible examples of broadening the spectrum of attractions, thus contributing to the development of the local economy and relieving congestion in the historic center. I think it's the same of the project about the Blanco Foundation. I see the itineraries of tabernacles or itineraries in the hills and the surrounding of Florence. On the normative front, the management of short-term rentals has been addressed by the municipality by starting a variant on the urban planning framework that bans new authorization for short-term rentals. Florence, indeed, has seen a dramatic increase of the number of property used for short-term rentals, which has not only generated a housing crisis for the locals, but also compromises the integrity and the authenticity of the site. This is a new challenge for me, is a proposal for the steering committee of the World Heritage. The idea to the adoption of strict museum ticket booking policy is one of my proposal that, to my mind, can bring significant benefit to the city center. The overwhelming demand for access to renowned cultural sites cannot be left unmeasured. In this respect, mirroring successful models such as Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper in Milan can be an inspiration for us. Encouraging visitors to plan their trips in advance and ensuring a more controlled and sustainable flow to major cultural sites will allow not only for a smoother experience, but for visitors and residents, but also providing an opportunity for tourists to explore lesser-known places within the city. To conclude, let us look at some of the examples can bring about change and offer inspiration. One of them is Piazza Tre Re, once a neglected space in the historic center, inside, in the core, not in the core zone, in the core of the core zone, okay? Via Calzaioli e Piazza della Repubblica underwent a remarkable regeneration driven by the volunteers of the Angeli del Bello. It's transformed into a welcoming place, and I think it's very, very interesting because it's strictly related to the food, but as a good experience, not an experience in the street and similar in other place in the city. It's a different approach to a real experience about our city center. And the other, I think, is very important, the idea of the director of Uffizi, Heike Schmidt, to have a renowned corridor, the Vasarian corridor, is strictly connect Palazzo Vecchio, Galleria degli Uffizi, and Ponte Vecchio, in the corridor, and Boboli Gardens, not only offer a fresh perspective, but also provide a solution to long-standing issues associated with the current exit. Now more people is concentrated in the same place, in what this opportunity to have a different flow tourism in the other part of the city. And I think it's very interesting, the idea to have possibility to have success stories, but I think it's very important to contribute to more sustainable and enjoyable experience for all, and the idea to have more opportunities, new ideas. It's not only, I think it's very important to have a new tale about Florence, but it's very, very difficult because we have very affectionate the idea of Medici families, Michelangelo's David, and the other icon of our culture. I think it's very important to change this mentality. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlo. Thank you so much. So this was really very useful and very concrete suggestions that you gave for improving or managing tourism in the city. You also had a comment about short rentals. Would you like to share something about short rentals and what you think is an issue with short rentals?
I think it's short rentals for the more important cities in the world, not only World Heritage. I think it's a real challenge for the future of the city. I think it's very interesting the decision by New York municipality to stop the idea of the Airbnb concept. The idea to return to idea of Airbnb is only in the home of properties, the hospitality. And I don't know if it's possible to have this decision from Italy or for Europe, but I think the signal about the idea to stop in the historic center a new short rental, I think is a very political interesting decision. But without a law, a European level law, for us is impossible to manage the future of this choice. Very interesting political choice, but I think it's very important to have a European level. Obviously, I spoke about European countries, but it's very important to have a European level and national level, and for the city it's possible to have a different attitude about the short rental. I don't think it's the idea now in the discuss is a similar a crime about the humanity. The short rental is not true about, but I think it's very important to have clear rule and an adaptive for the possibility to have a long-stand tourism, but it's very important to create the new idea, new occasion, and new management about the museum, about the other part of the cultural heritage in Florence. For me, and sorry for long answer, for me a real challenger is to connect two world heritage in Florence. Historic center of Florence and the Medicean Villas Gardens. This is a real challenger, because in this moment we have a great opportunity about the Medicean Villas Gardens, but we have the great problem of infrastructure, mobility, and management of these places. Okay, I think in the future maybe it's possible to have more closely work about these two world heritage sites in very closely area.
Can you hear me? Okay. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. But before we move on to the next speaker, I would still like someone who is visiting Florence, and someone who is in this conference, in this festival, to say what he feels as a tourist in Florence. And this is our colleague from Cameroon who's going to say it in French, and hopefully he will be translated back by for those who do not understand, by Zoe, what he is saying, or the gist, and maybe also by Munir. So okay, let's listen to you for... Say your name also.
Okay. Thank you. I am French speaking, donc je parlerai en français. Et vous l'avez bien fait la traduction. En fait, l'expérience que j'ai du tourisme au-delà du travail, parce qu'après le travail, on prend un peu de temps pour visiter Florence. Ça fera la 4e fois déjà que je viens à Florence. Et puis, ce qui m'a marqué déjà, c'est l'art qui est mis en valeur à Florence. Les routes, les moyens de transport, les cathédrales, et puis la gare Santa Maria avec son architecture qui m'a vraiment plu.
So he is explaining that he's already been visiting Florence 4 times. This is his 4th time. Since it is for work, there's not that much time to go around, but the environment is very impressive. The arts, the architecture, the roads, the public transportation was mentioned. So it is a very impressive environment to be in, even when you don't have the time to go around.
And what connects Cameroon to Florence? Since we are talking about Luoghi, Parlanti, what connects Cameroon to Florence?
Ok, si je comprends bien la question, l'expérience qu'on a eue avec la fondation pour lier le Cameroun, la communauté urbaine de Beto avec Florence, c'est cette expérience pédagogique que nous avons eue notamment sur ce qu'on appelle le storytelling. On a travaillé sur les narrations culturelles et on a un projet avec la fondation Romualdo de Bianco pour mettre en place les talking places ou les luoghi parlanti à Beto également. Je peux dire sur ce que j'ai constaté aussi à Florence, c'est un peu le tourisme de masse. Peut-être Florence est peut-être victime de ce qu'il y a de plus beau, ce tourisme de masse là, parce que le constat qu'on fait aussi, c'est que quand on est au centre-ville de Florence, il y a que des touristes. À un moment, je me suis dit, où sont les populations de Florence même? Peut-être avec le temps, ça sera des points sur lesquels on devra travailler. Mais sinon, il y a beaucoup de choses qu'on a à exporter, qu'on a vu. Je viens toujours avec le maire qui est ici présent. Ce sont autant d'expériences qu'on vit et qu'on souhaite aussi mettre cela au Cameroun et dans la commune de Berthoud en particulier. Merci.
So the experience here in Florence was linked to the Talking Places project, which they did in the Berthoud township, city of in Cameroon, and he was explaining that there is a little bit of a question mark about where the people are that live in Florence, because when you enter the historic city center, there is so many tourists, and it seems like there's only tourists at some points.
Yeah. So you're vindicated. Your style as a manager, this is being echoed. Where are the people of Florence? Okay. So that's it. Where are the people of Florence? And thank you so much for those that insight. And that is coming from Cameroon and echoed by the site manager, Carlo Francini. So yes, that's our challenge. But now I take you to a very special place. We are going to listen to the case study of Blue Ventures. The name is very nice, huh? Blue Ventures. And the case study is titled Thriving Fishers, Thriving Oceans. And what the person who's going to present it is saying is that in the remote villages of Madagascar, there is a positive proof that through a model of ecotourism and through care, oceans can recover if treated with care, and livelihoods can flourish if stakeholders and right holders work together. What a beautiful thought. And to share this experience, we have Paul and Thuan from Blue Ventures online. Paul, welcome to this gathering, Talking Places. You are in Madagascar and you're sitting in a room. But in your own words, I would like you to tell us what it feels like to be in a remote village in Madagascar. You were thinking of connecting through a solar panel, but luckily you have found a stable connection. Explain to us what makes your place unique and what it feels like working in Madagascar among villagers, among fishing communities, and learning from them. So please, we are listening carefully. Go on.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aparna. And thank you to everyone. You know, I'm sitting here, I've been sitting here clapping along after every presentation and realizing I'm not a part of the audience live. I feel very lucky actually that I recorded my presentation ahead of time, because my head is overflowing with thoughts, ideas, emotions from the previous presentations. So I really appreciate this opportunity. I'm definitely very underdressed for the occasion. But in terms of where I am in Madagascar, it's one of the last strongholds of biodiversity, and I've been here mostly in rural coastal Madagascar for the past 10 years. And I've seen this place go through cycles of drought and extreme weather events such as cyclones. But regardless of the challenges that people here face, and in the harshest of conditions, I've seen that they're so resilient. And it's a place that really puts hardship into perspective and inspires me to be my best and gives hope. So that's a little bit about where I am right now. And I'll hand it over to my previously recorded presentation to take it forward. Thank you guys so much. So I'd like to start by thanking you.
Yeah.
Ahead of time because I'm currently in a place with a terrible connection, but looking forward to being around to answer questions afterwards. So the title of my presentation is Thriving Fishers, Thriving Oceans. As our event today is called Talking Places, I'd feel bad if I didn't show you a picture of a beautiful place to start the presentation. This is Madagascar. No, it's not the entire island of Madagascar, but it's a tiny island off the western coast in an archipelago called the Barren Isles. For those of us who only know Madagascar as the animated film, Madagascar is a country, as an island in the Indian Ocean, off the coast of Mozambique. It's well known for its high level of biodiversity, lemurs, chameleons, but lesser known is about the people and the biodiversity around the coasts. And that brings us back to our original island, Nusa Mananja, seemingly at the edge of the world. I wonder if this place could talk, what would it tell us? It would tell us a story about people at the front line of climate change, living with the sea. People who must go to greater and greater lengths to make a living while they watch the world around them change rapidly. And the ocean they depend on go from something like this to something like this. So if we zoom out a bit, there are close to 500 million people worldwide who depend on small-scale fisheries, and over 1 billion people who rely on fish as a source of protein. However, 90% of global fish stocks are either overfished or fully fished, according to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Around the world, small-scale fisheries look completely different. You've got people of different ages, different cultures, people using different fishing methods, and people targeting different species. Now, the challenges that they are facing are quite similar. How to make a living with this ever-changing sea. But it's hard for me to talk about what's happening all around the world, so I'll talk about a place I know, which is here in Madagascar. So what does the story mean for the people here? From an early age, the ocean is the lifeblood of many people here in Madagascar. It shapes their identity from when they're able to walk. It's their classroom. It's where they go to learn the skills that they need to survive and become experts in their craft. It's also where they work. It's their office. It's where they hone that craft. And it's where they make a living, how they catch their food. And how they're able to earn money and support their families. Though most of the fishers I talk to now are wondering what their future tied to the sea will look like. Will it provide for their children in the same way it provided for them? In a short period of time, we've seen small villages in the most remote places grow exponentially as people move from inland to the coast, because farming has become difficult with the lack of rain, and as people move to areas of still intact fishing grounds. So it's created competition amongst fishers, small-scale fishers. Even a few decades ago, in a small village like this, maybe one family would have a net, and now each family might have multiple nets. So the pressure has certainly increased. And yet there still exists an even more unfair competition between small-scale fishers and industrial fishers like this. And perhaps the worst threat are these increasingly intense and extreme weather events. Storms like these that threaten the homes, fishing grounds, with rising sea levels and rising temperatures. So people here in a short period of time have seen a place of relative abundance with a high diversity of species, of good size, dwindle to a point where they are struggling to make a living. But this is meant to be a hopeful story because the ocean is amazing. It's like magic. It has the ability to regenerate and come back to life if the right people work together and have the right tools to help it. And I've seen this magic happen with my own eyes in this small village of Bangulu in southwest Madagascar. Back in 2021, this village decided to close off this area. You can see the buoys here, very close to shore. And before they closed it off, there were 4 fish per 100 square meters. And in less than a year's time, they went from 4 fish per 100 square meters to 336 fish per 100 square meters. Bringing back species that they hadn't seen in their own lifetime. Lobster, sea cucumbers, octopus, an area that was almost completely dead, came back to life in a short period of time. And this area has brought significant change for them. There has been spillover, and fishers are able to fish close to shore even in times of bad weather, when in previous years they could go weeks without being able to go out and catch food. Now they're able to fish close to shore and get by through those periods of rough weather. And this small but courageous gesture has inspired hope for many of us living and working up and down the coast here in southwest Madagascar. So for the past decade, I've lived in southwest Madagascar among small-scale fishers, working for Blue Ventures, a marine conservation organization that puts people first. We support coastal fishers in remote and rural communities to rebuild fisheries, to restore ocean life, and build lasting pathways to prosperity. Now, across more than a dozen countries, Blue Ventures is partnering with traditional fishers and community organizations to design, scale, strengthen, and sustain fisheries management and conservation at the community level. We bring together partners and networks to advocate for reform and share tools and best practices to support fishing communities across the globe. But our story actually starts with tourism. Over 20 years ago now, Blue Ventures started out as a tourism organization, bringing volunteers from around the world who would pay to come and learn about fish and coral, and then take part in diving surveys to collect data to inform local decision making. This social enterprise provided jobs at a local level for people in the village, and provided the data that's be necessary for local fishers to make decisions about management measures. But along the way, we realized that it's not just about the data. While data is extremely important, what's more important are the stories behind the data and the people behind the data and the people who are telling those stories. So in 2020, after COVID hit, we closed down our tourism operations and have focused much more on local data collection, invested more in training local people to collect data, to analyze and facilitate discussions around interpreting it. So rather than having foreign volunteers fly around the world to collect the underwater data, we've trained former fishermen whose traditional knowledge, blended with scientific knowledge, has provided them with an expertise that has changed the way we work. And those local experts have passed their training on to others up and down the coast, who now boast a high level of technical capacity to collect data and guide adaptive management in their own communities. They've led participatory habitat mapping with youth and elders to find out what once was, and have begun gathering data to understand what's happening now. The majority of these fishers we've trained don't have high school or middle school diplomas, yet what they've been able to accomplish and the traditional knowledge and skills they've been able to blend together has led to something incredible. The no-take zone I was talking about earlier, and subsequently has led to a bit of a revolution up and down the coast of southwest Madagascar, where we're seeing more and more small permanent no-take zones like this pop up and restore ocean life and bring hope back to fishers. So to spread this revolution, we've actually begun to promote a new type of tourism, giving opportunities to fishers in remote communities to travel to nearby success stories, to talk about their concerns and their efforts with peers to improve their livelihoods and the outcomes in the ocean. Seeing is believing, and this is a type of tourism that allows people at the front lines of climate change to see firsthand the successes that others have had in rebuilding fisheries and restoring ocean life. If you think about why we travel to new places, we do this to see something new. We do this to learn. And we often come back completely changed and inspired, refreshed and ready to tackle the challenges that we left behind back home. And when we get home, we have so many stories to tell, stories that can inspire others. So to me, this is a part of the future of tourism. providing opportunities to those who have the ability to change the outcomes for their communities. In this case, a future where fishers and oceans can thrive. So thanks so much again for the opportunity to speak. And I'll end this presentation with a short film that gives my friend and a fisher from the village of Bangulu a chance to tell this story from his perspective. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you so much for such a wonderful, inspiring case study. Indeed, it has filled us with hope, because until now we were talking about challenges, but as you say, seeing is believing, and listening is part of that seeing, and storytelling is at the heart of it all. So, with those words, I would like to bring this panel to a conclusion, but with your help. And to do that, I would like Ibrahim, please, for you to come over here and have a seat. Please, come and let's, Carlo, let's sit down here, the panel. And also, Madame Alsania is here. She's not here. Professor Alsania. Professor Alsania, please come forward. Paul, you're still with us? Is Paul still with us? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So Paul, we are going to now open the floor for questions, and we are going to take questions from the audience. But before we do that, my colleague Mohana Chakrabarti has been painstakingly recording some of the keywords that have emerged from the audience, also the interaction, as well as what the speakers have been saying. So she has some sort of keywords here, because that's what we have been doing since our last storytelling session. So Mohana, over to you. Would you like to say out the keywords?
Yes. No worries. So from our beautiful case from Bahrain, we heard these very inspiring words, one of them being breath of fresh air, cultural roots, walking through your ancestors' doors, and reconnecting to your past. From our case from Georgia, we heard about the culture wars, internal conflict and the role of the international community to address it, the cancel culture, cancelling the history, the memory, and moving away from a nationalistic vision to looking at cultural heritage with a more human vision, opening up to the world. From our case from Florence, we heard about how to look at the city of Florence with a fresh perspective. We talked about art, architecture, roads, and public transportation. And we also heard a very key question: where are the people of Florence? And last but not the least, the very, very engaging and interesting case from Madagascar. We have to highlight, and we must highlight, that one sentence that was highlighted, that was mentioned: the ocean is magic if the people dealing with it is responsible, is sensitive, and is inclusive. And we also heard about how it is not about data, but it is about the stories of the people. It is about the stories behind that data and the interpretation of the data that was beautifully captured by our speaker today. And also, as Aparna mentioned, seeing is believing. Seeing first-hand success stories in the face of climate change and all the challenges that are posed by climate change, it is always inspiring. And with that thought, with that positive thought, I hand over the mic to Aparna.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now we've opened the floor for question. But before we do that, let's give a big hand for this panel. Okay, so who would like to go first from the audience? I should go to the people at the back who have been very silently looking and hearing and listening. Anyone at the back? Come on, let's give it all for the panel. There's a question here? Okay. Please say your name.
My name is Muhammad Amir. I have PhD from Roma 3 in the field of cultural tourism and the ICOMOS ICTC member. My question for Mr. Carlo about Florence is that you talk about tax fees. So why in the landmarks to follow low visitors, high revenues? So by this way we can give or provide much space for alternative places more than to say alternative offerings. And also to provide much space to create a transition area after buffer zone. So by this way we can make a high reflection for the intangibility of the cultural heritage, especially if we follow a circular economy approach to create a people-public-private partnership. So it's not a question more than to make a brainstorming about this, because I saw this situation in multiple Italian cities. While there are many invisible heritage spaces and it's well conserved and with high carrying capacity in Italy. But the people usually, from tourism perspective, focus on the landmarks or the well-known buildings or spaces and so on. And during the last period, we can say the last 5 years, where the logo of UNESCO World Heritage becomes so common, and the big cities become so common with branding perspective, using the cultural heritage buildings or the food and so on as a benchmark of these cities. So people come just to, we reach this landmark or reach this brand and so on, but not to reach their background with this cultural knowledge.
Wonderful. I think the question is great. Summing it up, as you said, the World Heritage Tag, the UNESCO World Heritage Tag, is perhaps stereotyping culture, is stereotyping or limiting focus on some cities, and it's preventing tourists from appreciating the culture of the place. Yeah. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you for your note, because it's true. I think the simple answer is because it's easy. It is. The situation is now we have a long tradition about this tell about the iconic image of Florence. We have 300 of tourism, 300th century, because 300 years, because it started in the Grand Tour. In Europe, we have a long memory in the imagination of people. What is Florence? Florence is this. But I think in the future, maybe it's possible to have a new possibility about a new storytelling about the cultural heritage, food, or different place. But this is very, very difficult to involve the private sector, for example, in this new dimension. Because it's I repeat, it's very easy to have this situation, but maybe in the future, I think it's impossible to continue in this route. But I think it's our goals, in my colleagues and in the management plan, is to create new ideas, new perspective about this.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to pass the same question to you from your perspective in Bahrain, because you also are managing World Heritage Properties.
Thank you for the question, and I think your comment is valid. And I think that the biggest mistake we could do is to think that the goal is to inscribe a site on the World Heritage List. The goal is to preserve and to conserve through the inscription of the site. So the ultimate goal is not just inscribing and having the label of UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, but the ultimate, I think, achievement is to always have a long, withstanding, sustainable way of managing the site in a proper manner. I think that is always the most difficult task to achieve, but I think that is always we strive to do on a daily basis through managing our sites.
That's a great point. Maybe we can we can just keep it here for now. Any other questions? Maybe Mohana, you can help me from Nora. Yes.
Thank you. I have a question for Sheikh Ibrahim. Having been out of Bahrain for the last few years, I was just curious to know if there's been any programs for the younger generation, for people my age, to engage with the Pearling Path.
Yes, I think it's a great question again on the involvement of local communities, the involvement of the younger generation. I think it is always important to integrate students and young professionals into the management of sites, to understand it, and to make sure the interpretation of the site is reaching all levels. I think the site is there and it's open, it's an open museum, everyone has access to the site, but I think the importance of sharing the information and the right interpretation to all levels is also very important. There has been a number of programs targeting especially students from University of Bahrain, School of Architecture, to involve them as well in the research and the conservation effort that has already been taken. So I think that there is a group of 30 students currently doing their degrees and using the case study of Muharrak and the Pearling Path part of their course.
Any other questions? Yeah, okay. I'll just...
Hi also to Paul. I'm Corina Del Bianco, and I would like really to thank also you that we are not meeting in person, but your presentation was really enriching, I think, and really showing us something beyond tourism. So my question is, starting from the case study of Florence, but actually is, can be extended to all the participants. So my question is, in the case of over-tourism, one possible solution that we were always kind of envisaging with the foundation is to extend the average length of stay in order to reduce the number of people but keeping the same number of overnight staying. So this means a different type of balance and also the possibility of really extending the main axes and fluxes of tourism, because people staying longer might be able to visit also further destinations and encompass a wider range of activities in the territory. Also knowing more about the territory, increasing the awareness and so on. So I'm wondering if within the municipal directive and the management plan of the UNESCO site, there's this kind of budget of increasing the overnight length of staying, and also in the other case studies, I think it's something that could be relevant to be highlighted. I had the occasion of the chance of visiting Bhutan 3 10 years ago, and there the policies for long staying were very, very, very important. For example, through the tax, like the tourist tax, that was really important. If you were staying a very short time, and became very, very low if you were staying for weeks. So that's it. Thank you.
The idea to have a long permanence from tourism in the city is yes. I don't know if now it's correct to have this idea, because I remember 10 years ago, 15 years ago, is real goals about to have more nights in Florence. Okay, yes, good, it's normal. But now I think the problem is another. It's the idea to have more people in the same places, in the same time. And I think this is a great problem, because it's not only the taxes, because the tax is a good solution for our budget. Yes, the municipality of Florence, but maybe is a problem around this, because it's more tourists, more taxes. Okay, more money in the budget. Okay, but I think it's not good. It's not a good idea, because the problem is, yes, the right number of person, the right number of tourism and the citizen and the town and the historic center in particular. I think this is the real challenger. And is it possible to have, maybe, I don't know if the idea of Venice as the close number of people is a good idea, but I think a good idea is to have a real management of the numbers of people. And the strategies maybe is to have more organization about the visit of the places. In this time, I think the reservation of the museum, the big museum, obviously Uffizi, Accademia in particular, is not an option. I think the idea is obliged, because it's possible to have a real number of people to stay in the same place in the same time. And this is a real possibility to have a management of this. And maybe in the future it's possible to have a different level of choice, a different level of possibility, itineraries, and different. But the name of to have more people long stay, yes, it's good. But now I think it's an emergency, not only a vision of in the future. Now is really an emergency.
Much. I will take that back. Thank you. Because before I move on to the next question, I have a question for Paul, which is in relation to this discussion, which is, you said that you started with tourism industry, and post-COVID, you diversified your model, and now you are advocating ecotourism. You've just heard this discussion of over-tourism here in Florence. We have Bahrain, which is a contender for opening its site in 2024 and attracting tourism. So there are places where there is over-tourism. There are places where there is a hope for attracting tourism. We have places like Cameroon, Africa, where governments are hoping for tourism as a source of economy. What is your, from your case study, from your own experience, what you have felt on your skin, and looking as what also Carlos said about the crisis, the impending climate crisis, what are your 3 key tips for sustaining tourism, managing places, and working with the locals? So, go on. Is it too much?
Yeah, thank you, Aparna. I mean, it's a difficult question you're throwing at me. I'm definitely no expert in tourism. But I think from the perspective of the coastal communities that I work in, tourism is really not a huge reality for them because it's very remote. There's a lack of infrastructure, lack of resources, and though the tourism that exists can provide some opportunities, it's not consistent enough to provide sustainable livelihoods for people. So for us, it's really the focus on kind of the local tourism and how can you put the people who are in the place at the forefront of the solution. And I was thinking a little bit about this question on tradition, and in Madagascar, where I've been, these are coastal people who have relied on the sea for a very long time, and there's such a rich tradition around the sea. And actually, in the past, those traditions were a way of managing natural resources. And over time, with globalization, with cell phones and television and music videos, those traditions have actually started to erode. So, even 20 years ago or so, people would sit around at night listening to an elder tell stories, and that was their form of entertainment. And now that's completely gone. The coastal communities that I work in, and so this idea of local tourism and combining that with taking video and having local people tell their own story through video and putting that back and providing them with that media, it's really kind of changed it's brought that sense of culture and tradition back, and also moved them towards potential solutions. I don't know if that answers your question at all, but I think that's that I got.
Thank you. I think it is a complex question, and there is a tension between over and under, and also keeping the tradition yet embracing the modern. With that, I would like to ask one last question to our panelist from Georgia, Professor Alasania. What do you think are the key challenges before Georgia today, especially in the face of the emergency that you're facing inside? Where do you think are the key challenges in relation to safeguard of cultural heritage? What are the, and yeah.
As it was said here today, I'm historian, and we know that history never develops in just a straight way. Sometimes it goes forward, sometimes it's left behind. So we have such time that we are not in a good shape, I can say. But there are two opinions. According to one opinion, people have usually a government which they deserve, yes? But according to another opinion, government creates people. So both options are, sometimes one is correct, sometimes another. But about Florence, a couple of words, by the way. I can say I visited many cities in Italy, but Florence is something very special, very distinguished in Italy. And the best, I think, the best, of course, they have the best conditions. That's true. But at the same time, I think the best administration as well. Governance is very important here. And we see that here is a lot of tourists, but everything is okay. And less criminal cases, as I see, and it's always attractive for many people around it. About our conference as well, because I many times participated in it. What is the most attractive here at this conference is that so many different cultures, so many different people of different ages participate in these conferences. That is very good, because different experience, and I see that, of course, there are more successful states, less successful states, but I believe that with joint efforts we can do life better for everyone, finally. Thank you.
So I think it's very clear. The word from this panel is very clear. Technology has brought us all together. World Heritage has brought us even closer. We know these places through tourism brochures, through videos, through online videos, through YouTube, through World Heritage Site catalogs. But there is also an important aspect. We are not listening to those who live in these places and care for these places, who have been living off the land, the farmers and the fishers and the craftsmen who are living off the land, off the water in these places, and who have made these places through years of their hard work as unique places to visit, as unique places to live. And we are ignoring somehow those who have the vital knowledge to maintain these fragile ecosystems. In a globalized world, we are thinking about glass and concrete towers and highways and high mega tourism development. But on the other hand, in this Florence Festival, in this Luoghi Parlanti case studies, we have also come to understand that there is a force that is pulling us towards the traditional, that is saying that there is a management to be done, that we have to see tourism as a force that safeguards these traditional livelihoods. It should help to make these livelihoods thrive, to make life thrive in these places, and that people's participation in creating eco-sensitive tourism is very, very important and should not be and cannot be ignored. From the seas, from the lands, from our mountains, we have one call for an earth song that should not be interrupted. It's in the music, it's in the fabrics we create, it's in the paintings, it's in the buildings. Whatever is built or whatever is transmitted as culture, it is in response to the location it is in, and that's what we have heard from here. And that's the message we are sending out to the world, that there is a way to visit places to make economies flourish, and there is a way to live with nature in harmony. With that, let's give a big hand again to our panel. And to sum it all, I'm just going to go to audience there's a tradition in ICROM. When we bring a panel like this to a close, we ask audience to say just one word, not a sentence, but a word. So all of you, please keep your word ready. I'm going to come to you, say one word of what you carry with you as a message, one word. So Munir, I'm going to start with you since you are the scientific director.
Hope. Humanity.
No word? From the young person? No word? One word?
Peace.
Peace. Bravo. Very good. Let's give a big hand for that. Architecture.
Travel. Peace.
Peace. Okay.
Identity.
Identity.
Temporary residence.
Hope.
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 I don't know. Peace, no war, hope.
No war, hope. Okay. Some diversity here.
Peace as well.
Diversity.
Diversity.
Community.
Together.
Community.
Future.
Solidarity.
Interdisciplinary.
Wonderful. Okay. I have more audience here. One word. No? Okay.
Authenticity.
Prosperity.
No word.
No? Okay. Silence is also a word. Would you like to say a word? No? Okay.
Mindfulness.
Mindfulness. No? Yes?
Together.
Together. Okay. That's good. From the young one here.
Dialogue.
Dialogue.
Intercultural.
Action.
Cultural landscape.
Communities.
Inspiration.
Simone.
Human feelings.
Human feelings. Sir.
Information.
Information and technology. All right. And to the panel, one last word.
Sustainability.
Peace.
Together. Together, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. I'll do my business. So I'm in love with Florence. Okay, later on. Dr. Munir is with me, so.
So now we are going to read the guidelines that we wrote after all these wonderful panels.
In saying big thanks to the Del Bianco Foundation for giving us this unique opportunity this year. Now I give the floor to Corina, who is going to read the guidelines for sustainable local development towards Agenda 2030 and beyond. Please.
Thank you, and thank you for all the comments that we received during these days and just before the festival to these guidelines that we are now subscribing, all of us. So experts and friends of the Fondazione Romualdo del Bianco, meeting at the 2023 edition of the WORLD in Florence Festival, Florence 21st, 23rd of November, share new guidelines for sustainable local development with this document, in keeping with the goals of the Agenda 2030, in particular the SDGs 8.9, 12b, 14.7. In relation to the specific nature of individual sites and with a view to optimizing the benefits of travel and minimizing its negative impacts. The challenges facing us today are enormous. Conflicts, violent extremism and terrorism with their attendant humanitarian crisis, poverty and unemployment, with growing inequality both within and between countries, global health threats and increasingly frequent natural disasters threaten to jeopardize much of the progress made in recent decades. Moreover, the depletion of natural resources and the impact of environmental deterioration, desertification, drought, the shortage of fresh water, and the loss of biodiversity spring to mind only exacerbate the list of problems that mankind has to face. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. Rising temperatures worldwide, rising sea levels, the acidification of the oceans, and other results of climate change are seriously impacting coastal regions, including in many less developed countries and in small developing island states. The survival of many societies is at stake. Each country is called on to address specific challenges in the pursuit of sustainable growth. As Agenda 2030 makes quite clear, sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace and security, while peace and security are in jeopardy without sustainable development. In addition, culture tends to unite what is divided in other fields, and the Mexico Declaration, resulting from the Mondiacult UNESCO conference, calls to recognize culture as a global public good, which means no nation can adequately provide it alone, and its vital role in the well-being of humanity as a whole, calling for positioning culture as an objective in the future international sustainable development agenda. The Fondazione Romualdo del Bianco and Life Beyond Tourism. The Fondazione Romualdo del Bianco has been pursuing its activities since 1990s under the motto for peace in the world among young people from different countries through culture, meeting, getting acquainted, and understanding each other to develop friendship among peoples. With international initiatives designed to foster intercultural dialogue, tolerance, and mutual respect, alongside the recognition of natural and cultural diversity. In the context of this intense activity, we have developed a specific program entitled Life Beyond Tourism. Major opportunities for travel for the global community beyond tourism, driven solely by consumer services, to promote and to safeguard the natural and cultural heritage, both tangible and intangible, with which local communities identify and which can facilitate sustainable development open to hospitality and to encounter among different peoples. The Fondazione has updated its Life Beyond Tourism manifesto over time, from the first version in 2008 to the most recent in 2019, They all acknowledge that tourism is an indispensable resource for prosperity and an opportunity for becoming acquainted with places, with different cultural expressions, and with traditional skills, that is absolutely consistent with the goals laid down in Agenda 2030. Above all, the manifestos identify tourism as a tool for encounter to foster intercultural dialogue. In 2016, the Fondazione introduced the concept of learning communities as those institutions, administrations, professionals, and individuals aware of their potential and capacity and of the importance of being involved in the development of territories for intercultural dialogue. Residents and travelers are part and parcel of these learning communities, with that conscious role to play. Residents have that of ambassadors of peace, encouraging familiarity with and appreciation of cultural diversity. Travelers that have that of temporary residents, acquiring knowledge not only of what a site has to offer in commercial and cultural terms, but also of its personality and its cultural biography. This is a virtuous process, inasmuch as this kind of travel represents an opportunity for safeguarding and promoting knowledge of heritage. UNESCO Convention 1972, Protection of the World Cultural and Natural Heritage, and 2003, Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage, for promoting and safeguarding diversity of cultural expression. UNESCO Convention 2005, Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, and for exercising respect for diversity in synergy with the sustainable development of territories, contributing through intercultural dialogue to the reduction of conflicts and thus to improved protection of our heritage as enshrined in the 2017 Declaration of Auspices and in the appeal to the international community entitled Building Peace Through Heritage, presented in the course of the UNESCO Cultural Heritage Committee's Assembly in Baku 2019. In the course of the World in Florence 2022 Festival, held in partnership with Our World Heritage, the need was raised for a new definition of heritage highlights the implication of the urbanization process and the Chisle's growth of the number of metropolises. The relationship between nature and culture in its rural and urban aspects, also in relation to the types of assets registered in the heritage list. Cultural and biological diversity, and the need to explore relations with cultural landscapes and ecosystems, in addition to the approach to the historic urban landscape. Also discussed were places of memory and the conflicts that cause not only material but also immaterial destruction, allowing whole generation to grow to adulthood without any memory of their heritage. The debate also addressed the lack of inclusivity on the part of conservation institutions, particularly with regard to civil society, and to the difficult position of young graduates caused by insufficient policies to safeguard their role and their work. There can be no doubt that the modalities for safeguarding heritage reflect the development and the adaptation of the contemporary world, and that tourism continues to represent one of the most widespread ways of enjoying heritage and of promoting the encounter of different cultures, thus of furthering knowledge and, by extension, of contributing to the growth of the global community in peaceful coexistence. Tourism and local communities. Following the halt enforced by the pandemic, tourism has now come back with a vengeance, growing exponentially and impacting both the environmental and social and cultural balances. The process is a challenge for all those communities that are objects of this touristification, having a negative influence on the possibility of enjoying the nature, the culture, and very often even the economy of a place. Thus, it is a process that needs to be urgently countered and rapidly rethought.
The UNESCO Declaration of Cultural Diversity and the new Urban Agenda, Quito Declaration, UN Habitat, identify culture and cultural diversity as resource capable of making a substantial contribution to sustainable development, underscoring the crucial role played by heritage in all its forms. The active involvement of communities and territories in this process can determine the transition from tourism to travel as an experience of encounter and of the exercise of respect of cultural diversity. In fact, that models for the use and enjoyment of heritage need to be devised and developed as alternative economic systems linked to cultural heritage emerges quite clear also from the Life Beyond Tourism manifestos, which highlight in particular the responsibilities of World Heritage Sites in turning those prospects into a reality through opportunities that need to be created, to be governed, and to become beneficial for the sites, their institutions, their traders, and their residents. In that connection, and also in the light of tourism's tendency to expand and of the positive outlook for the coming decades, it is necessary to envisage the result of a strategy for managing these tourist flows targeted on the promotion of intercultural dialogue. This issue, which was initially still distant from broader global sensitivity and in connection with which the Fondazione made a pioneering move with the fall of the Berlin Wall back in 1989, is currently being addressed by numerous disciplines and by the world of trade and commerce. And it recognizes that local authorities have a unique steering role to play. In Life Beyond Tourism philosophy, the participation of heritage sites as centers in which to further learning communities' awareness of their role is crucial to ensure that travel is a value-based occasion rather than simply a moment of consumption. There are numerous instances of cities that tourism has hunted for their unique identity. Life Beyond Tourism not only aims to help prevent such experiences from being repeated, it also intends to ensure that management of the territory with territorial planning and the daily work of local traders and residents fosters dialogue among peoples. Life Beyond Tourism certification for intercultural dialogue is designed as a tool for gauging goals and results and for allowing participants to become builders of peace in the world. It is also worth pointing here to the Cultural Storytelling Initiative, first promoted at 2021 edition of the WORLD in Florence Festival for communities' active involvement in narrating territories, which help to forge both awareness in residents and respect in travelers. Along with other Life Beyond Tourism events and initiatives, such as training for administrations, course for trainers, or the 3 Erasmus Plus master degree courses. Training is the tool through which we can envisage the future of our world, planting the seeds for a new way of planning. Handing down traditional knowledge and an awareness of its importance is a crucial factor in forging a respectful and virtuous bond with the territory in order to govern the negative impact of tourism while maximizing its potential benefits. Tourism, heritage, and environmental sustainability. Tourism has a strong environmental impact. For example, through emissions, the excessive consumption of resources, and the production of refuse. This compounds the effects of climate change, which are more strongly perceived by underrepresented and vulnerable groups. The transformation of tourism into an inclusive asset must afford priority to their voices and to their needs, as well as to those of younger generations who will otherwise have to bear the costs of our inertia. Proper transition toward net zero before 2050 will only be possible if the resumption of tourism speeds up the adoption of sustainable consumption and production and allows for the regeneration of ecosystems, biodiversities and communities. Glasgow Declaration. Also moving in that direction is the recently adopted European Green New Deal's industrial plan, which argues that reducing the risk of greenwashing and market transparency will facilitate the dissemination of net zero emissions products with superior technological and environmental performance and characteristics. The sessions developed with ICROM at the festival's 2022 edition focused on the dramatic effect of climate change on heritage. Extreme weather conditions, heat waves, drought, insects and disease, the rise in sea levels, damage to infrastructures, and so forth, have seriously impactful consequences for heritage, which can be used to understand and to develop mitigating actions capable of fostering resilience to climate change. All the players and parties involved need to work on the effects of climate change. Each player needs to feel that he or she is responsible for the environmental transition, working with local cultures and traditional skills, while also bearing in mind the major contribution offered by science and technology and by cross prospects, avoiding a silo approach. The theme of the environment and its protection through heritage has lain at the very heart of our activity since 2016, with our Heritage for Planet Earth conference and competition. We have been working with NASA World Wind on issues involving environmental resources and their management since 2013. We hosted the Internet of Places Days, much better than a hackathon, in the context of the Florence Youth and Heritage Festival in 2014. We presented an app known as Del Bianco City Smart, a tool devised for municipalities to debate the management and resolution of urban problems in 2017. And in 2021, we created the Heritage for Planet Earth certification. Conclusive remarks. World Heritage sites, such as Florence, with their well-known problems associated with mass tourism on the one side, and the opportunities of multiculturality on the other, are and will continue for the Fondazione to be fruitful workshops that allow us to envisage, to develop, and to implement a new commercial offer for a virtuous kind of travel. Sites, via our certification for intercultural dialogue, will reduce the effects of mass tourism and will foster the growth of the international community in peaceful coexistence, contributing also to the protection of heritage and to the respect of cultural diversity.
Bravo. Thank you, Corina, for this very important declaration. This was distributed to all of you. It is the result of a common work done by the Foundation Del Bianco, but also by a number of scholars. I think that with your applause, you are contributing to the agreement to this declaration. It is already based on very well-known international documents, either from UN, from UNESCO, from ICOMOS and other bodies. So it is not coming with any different point of view that emerge from the challenges, important challenges that the world is facing, and mainly the climate change. Every day we are hearing about disasters, flooding, etc. And this is going to have an impact on tourism and tourism development, but also on challenges that, unfortunately, we are seeing under our eyes of crisis, war, and displacement of people, and unfortunately, a lot of damage to the world cultural heritage. Because for us at UNESCO, whether you are on the list, which is the recognized list by the Convention of 1972, or you are an heritage which is not in the list, but it is heritage, I think for us, all these heritage has a value and should be preserved because it is concerning our roots, and it is on the basis of roots that we can build the present and the future. So thank you, Corina. Thank you, President Paolo Del Bianco, Emeritus President, and one of the thinkers about the new vision of tourism. Thank you, President Carlotta, and also the team, Caterina, and I don't see the pillar of all the foundation, Simone. Where is he? He's in Saudi Arabia. Okay, already. So thank you all for having participated. It has been a great honor for me to be, following and guided with the Foundation Del Bianco since my election at ICROM in 2005. Thank you very much. I wish you a safe return to all your places. Those are coming from Africa, from Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Middle East, and I am going to travel very soon with my dear colleague and friend, Sheikh Ibrahim Al Khalifa, because what we are trying to do in the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage is to raise the level of capacity building, to raise the level of specialists dealing with management of sites, and of course it has immediately an impact on the economic development, the social development of the communities, which are all having heritage to be known and to be preserved. Thank you very much.
Stia con noi un secondo. Caro Presidente, dear President, Honorary President, so we thank you. We thank you, and with you, we thank all our guests and delegates from all over the world. We have recognition for you, which is a memory of your being part of the foundation and being as an important milestone in the history of our last almost 20 years. And we have a long way to walk on together onwards the many countries and new cultures and new territories to explore. So thank you for being aside us and being so strongly helping us in focusing on the future of our territories and places. Thank you.
Thank you. I am honored to receive this recognition that I share with all those who worked with me in UNESCO, at ICROM, and at the Arab Regional Center for World Heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Abbiamo avuto un problema in piccolo problema e quindi
Merci beaucoup pour nos collègues francophones. On a utilisé essentiellement l'anglais et je voudrais quand même dire que nous avons été très heureux de recevoir nos amis africains du Cameroun, de la République démocratique du Congo, et ça m'a permis de parler un peu français. Et puis, je voudrais terminer en italien, cette langue que j'aime beaucoup. Voglio concludere la mia partecipazione a questa edizione per dire un ringraziamento molto grande e una gratitudine per la famiglia, tutta la famiglia Del Bianco e tutti gli amici che ci siamo ritrovati un'altra volta dalla bellissima città di Firenze. Grazie.
Grazie Presidente. Allora, we are going to conclude our official part. I invite our scientific committee to deliver the awards of our cultural storytelling. And I would like to say two things. So please, if you come on stage. Of course, a big festival, a large number of delegates from all over the world, big work, and we couldn't do all this without the tough work and vision and determination of all those who have worked with us. So Simone Giometti, you all know him. It's our column, and he's now in Saudi Arabia next in carrying out the new collaborations. But I would like to have here on stage Giorgia Carati and Giorgio von Arx. They have worked hard with us, believing in the big work we are doing for cultural storytelling. Le lieux parlants, mon français a de miglioré, come si dice. And the activity of education, training, workshop that we need to carry on and make it going deeper and far onward, because it is the important steps on which we can build our next step on the future of our future in our places, talking places, and I want to, yes, a big applause for them. Quindi le date voi le targhe. So the prizes for the best, the awards, I remind that the awards goes for the best works that have been done in the times. So not just today. The work, what you see in the first hall is not just a poster presentation. It's a long work that have been done researching, scouting, digging in your tradition, your cultural expressions, and with the vision of what you want to be known from all those who get access to the Luoghi Parlanti. So this is the reason of our awards. This is the way the awards have been thought. So, okay.
Thank you. So let us offer this award for the best storytelling for tangible and intangible heritage to the Center for Traditional Arts of Içerişehir Reserve. From Azerbaijan.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much for this surprise gift. We are very honored to get this gift from you. Thank you, Ms. Carlotta. We are wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have also a small gift for the foundation from Azerbaijan. Just let us to give it to you. Please accept this small gift from us. special mirror for your foundation.
Thank you. We will bring to the Museum of Gratitude in Palazzo Coppini. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bellissimo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again. And now, the next award for the most original storytelling for intangible heritage to Bertua City Council.
Thank you so much. It's a big honor for my town, my country. This prize will encourage us to do everything to change my town, my city, my country. I want to tell Del Bianco Foundation thank you for everything, because I have everything to encourage us to go before, to grow, to change mentality. I want to be like you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Caterina.
State attenta che hai un filo tra i piedi, non vorrei vinciare. È il microfono che io. And now, for the most original storytelling for tangible heritage, the award goes to International Educational Corporation, Kazakhstan.
Bravi. Bravi.
Grazie a tutti.
Bravi. New generation.
Thank you very much. This huge honor for us to be part of the great event, of this great event. And this is opportunity, a big opportunity for everybody, and we wish prosperity for you, for foundation, and for everybody. This is prize of our girls. We are proud of them, and we would like to wish them a good way for his future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to our professors who were encouraging us throughout the whole way and led us to have this gigantic opportunity to be in front of everyone and present about our beautiful country.
Thank you. It was a very good pleasure to present Kazakhstan in front of you, so thank you very much. It was a really good experience for me and for SCL also and for our whole group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are very happy to be a part of this great festival. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now the last award for the most original storytelling for local communities to the Tsinghua University of Medical Technology from Taiwan. Join us, please.
Yeah, come on the stage.
So this is for you?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah. It's the
Surprise. Congratulations.
I have some.
Yeah, for the picture.
Okay. First picture.
So, would you like to say something?
Yeah, it's a surprise, and thank you very much. Taiwan just a little island, but even the little island, the heritage of art and culture can be presented to the young generation. And the few days I experienced, this is the first time to Florence. And the few days I just experienced the Florence is so awesome, amazing city. So so thank you for the foundation to give me the chance to experience the city. Thank you very much. For you, and some picture book.
For
for
our library.
Yeah, ecological education for the forest. Yeah.
I need your dedication on the book. Yes, sure.
Chinese? Oh,
as you like.
Okay.
Chinese and date and name.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Sì,
Partiamo con... Voilà. Vai, introduci.
Now, please let us offer a simple sign of our gratitude to the speakers and all the friends who let us give place to this festival. So let me call here Miss Aparna Tandon. Thank you.
Thank you.
You spoke enough, okay.
And now also to Mona Chakrabuti.
Thank you.
And of course, we would like also that Ms. Jui Ambani on the stage.
Thank you.
Now we would like also Nana Giordate here on the stage, please.
Such surprise. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm very
Thank
proud.
you. Thank you to
Thank
you.
you.
Now we call Mr. Sheikh Al-Brahim Al-Khalifa.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We would like also Mr. Carlo Francini. Left. Okay, sorry.
Thank you anyway.
But also we would like to, again, Mr. Bushnaki. The stage for you is never enough.
This is so kind of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really, this should go to those who prepared this festival. I was just working very, very short time by email and telephone, but you have done all the work. Thank you.
To you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you to you. Now there is another moment that is the signature of an MOU, and so we would like just to share with you a video of the mayor of Kyoto, the city of Kyoto. Please.
皆さんこんにちは。京都市長の門川大作です。第3回世界の語り部祭典フレンツェの世界ご開催おめでとうございます。世界の大学や行政機関が集まられて自国の魅力を紹介し互いの文化への理解を深める素晴らしい貴重な機会であります。開催にご尽力のビアンコ財団の皆さん、関係者の皆さんに敬意を表します。また、京都は大学の町、学生さんの町であります。市内に35の大学があり、また人口の1割以上、15万人の学生さんが学んでおられます。さらに近年、留学生がどんどんと増え、世界100カ国以上から1万4000人の留学生、イタリアからもお越しいただいています。そんな大学の町でありますが、今回も京都府立大学、京都精華大学がこの催しに参加されることを嬉しく思います。さて、2013年にパウロ前会長と京都市で文化財保護や観光促進に関する相互協力協定を結ばせていただきました。 今年10周年、先代の熱い思いを引き継がれているカルロッタ会長のもと、この祭典中に協定を更新していただきます。光栄に思います。さて、1000年を超えて日本の都であったその輝かしい歴史、京都は今国内外から多くの観光客もお越しいただきます。またこの春、文化庁が東京から京都に全面的に転身しまして、京都が文字通り日本の文化の都にもなりました。そんな京都ですが、より一層観光客の皆さんにも市民の皆さんにも観光事業者、観光従事者にも三方がそれぞれ満足度の高い観光にしていこう、さまざまな取り組みを進めております。京都は例えば世界遺産だけでも17ございます。広い地域にさまざまな文化的施設が、素晴らしい自然があります。それを一箇所に集中しないように、ビッグデータやあらゆる最先端の AI も活用しながら、素晴らしい時に素晴らしいところに行っていただける、そんな取り組みも進めております。みんなで観光客のモラルも高めていこう、そんな取り組みも進めております。さて、フィレンツェはルネサンス発祥の地であります。私も寄せていただいておりますが、多くの文化遺産と美しい都市景観、共通点の多いフィレンツェと京都、人類の英知である有形無形の文化遺産を未来にしっかりと引き継ぐ責任がございます。経済発展としっかりと連携しながら、持続可能な文化遺産の保全と活用、そして何としても観光の質の向上に取り組んでまいりたいと考えております。2025年には姉妹都市提携60周年、都市の相互交流、そしてイタリアと日本の友好親善、さらに文化と観光の交流によりまして世界の平和にも貢献していきたいと思っています。どうぞ皆さんよろしくお願いします。このフィレンツェ世界の大成功をお祈り申し上げます。
Questo è il We now have two memorandum of cooperation with the foundation, one signed with the town municipality of Kyoto, and the second one is with the town municipality of Marneuli in Georgia.
Let me give you some presents from Marneuli municipality, and especially our symbol of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. This is Emirigora, Mount Imiri. Just we have spoken about it today.
Thank you very much.
Whoops. Some other symbols, but I am hero. Yeah, and just put it here. Yeah. This is symbol of Marnoli.
And this is the plate of Marnoli talking praises. Thank you. So thank you very much for participating, for staying with us for the whole 3 days conference. We had many people connected online. Over 400 people followed our direct streaming over these days. So it means that our territories are well known and our messages are spreading out in our network. So I'm sorry to say the festival is going to the end. We wait for you to the concert of this evening with the young students of the Music Conservatory of Florence. We started with the students, we finish with the students. New generation are the future, and the future starts and ends our festival. Thank you very much, and thank you for all those who are following us online. 9 o'clock here in Palazzina Reale. Thank you.